Misty, would you call the roll, please?
Dave Burris,
Here.
Randy Graham,
Here.
J.R. Huddleston,
Here.
Deborah Johnston,
Here.
Bill Lukens,
Here.
Craig Romy,
Present.
Gary Telkamp,
Here.
Linda Varvel.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you join them in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As always, council, if you have a conflict of interest, please let the rest of the council know before you vote. Can I get a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
Second.
Burris, thank you.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Can I get a motion to waive council pay for this special meeting?
Make a motion to waive council pay for the special meeting.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. We're going to change things up just a little bit to make it flow a little better, I hope. First thing I'd like to do is ask everyone to not take the survey until after you've heard everything that's said tonight, so that it's a completely informed response to the survey. Communications from the public, we're going to hold those until we actually get into the public hearing itself. The whole idea is to get as many comments from the public as possible, but rather than have them ahead of the public hearings, we'll reserve those for when we get into the public hearing itself. The other thing that I would ask when we get into the public hearings, and hopefully I'll remember to remind you again, is we certainly have two groups of people who are interested in this proposed project, city residents and folks along Fall River. So when we get into that public portion, I would ask for the folks along Fall River to give the city residents an opportunity to ask their questions first. Maybe some of their questions will answer a question that you might have had. But the decision the council has to make tonight is on behalf of the residents of Hot Springs. So I think it's important that we give them an opportunity to ask their questions first. I'd like to make some introductions. We have Jennifer Sietsma. I never get it right, with the Black Hills Council of Local Governments. She's going to talk to you folks about the funding, the financing as part of the presentation. Then we also have Mike Saunders and Jim Jones from AE2S. AE2S is the firm that did this study that we're here to discuss tonight, that arrived at our recommendation to do something with the plant. We'll start off with the presentation, with a slideshow to help you understand why we're here and what we're going to be discussing. And to do that, we need to lower the screen here. So I would ask council to go ahead and move down to the first row so we can get through the slideshow so that you folks can view it the same as everyone in the audience. So the first row is saved for everybody from the city so that we can get this screen drop down. We'll lower the lights a little bit. We'll go through the slideshows. Then after that, I'll ask council to ask their questions first before we open the public hearing. Then we'll open up the public hearing for, again, the folks from the city to ask their questions first. Consistent with what we do with public comments, I would ask that you limit your comments to 5 minutes. We've got a lot of folks that are going to want to ask a lot of questions. So please limit your comments, your statements to 5 minutes so everybody has an opportunity to ask questions of the city or of Black Hills Council of Local Governments as far as funding is concerned, and the engineers as far as the plan and the study is concerned. So with that, you okay? You sure?
Public hearings are specifically for the funding, so I think engineered questions could probably come first, but whatever happens is fine.
Okay. All right. So, council, if we could move down to the front, then Carl, if you could lower the screen and lower the lighting a little bit.
My mic. Set it down if they'll reach. So there we go. Can you hear me? First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming. This is an important night. My hope is that we'd have standing room only, that the room would be full. This is an important conversation we need to have. Why are we here tonight? We're here tonight to talk about replacing a wastewater treatment plant that's 41 years old. It's outlived its useful life. It's failing. It's headed towards a cliff. And we need to address how council is going to take care of that. We're also here because if the council moves forward with requesting funding, this public hearing is required. We need to make a case to you why this should happen and give you the opportunity to answer any questions that you may have regarding it. So it's a requirement. It's a good requirement. The public needs to be informed. We're not afraid of doing that. We want to tell you everything that we know and answer every question that you have. As I talked about a little before we came down, we'll go through this presentation. AE2S will talk, Jennifer will talk, and we're going to ask the council to ask their questions. But we want the bulk of the night to be available to the public for you to ask your questions so that you leave here informed. My first question to you is, by a show of hands, how many people have read the 127-page study so that when you're here, you're asking informed questions? You haven't formed an opinion because somebody said, somebody said, somebody said. You have an informed opinion because you've read the literature yourself, you understand it, you either agree with it or you disagree with it. So thank you to everyone that's read it. We've been doing the best we can to make sure that we've talked about this in our public, in our council meetings, to get it out in front of you folks. We were scheduled a couple of weeks ago, but because of the power outage we had,
We had to cancel because it's 6 o'clock that evening. We didn't have any electricity down here, and I didn't know if we were going to have any electricity the rest of the night. So that's the reason we ended up postponing it. A little bit of history on the plant. There's some common improvements that need to happen to the plant regardless of the alternative that was selected. The headworks where the waste comes into the facility itself needs to be upgraded. The electrical and the controls are deteriorating. How many people have actually toured the plant? Go down and take a look at it. I think you can see from looking at it that it's showing its age. The hydrogen sulfide that's a part of the process of processing waste is taking a toll on the plant itself. So that needs to be taken care of. Disinfection, we need to upgrade that to meet current standards. Then we have site utilities and piping in the yard. The administration building and the laboratory building currently are in that environment that the hydrogen sulfide is deteriorating. So we feel we need to separate that. First of all, for the sake and the safety of our operators, hydrogen sulfide is not something that any of us want to breathe on a continuous basis. So we need to remove the personnel from the area where the waste is coming into the plant. And then for the building itself, that hydrogen sulfide has taken its toll on the building. Why we can't wait, why we feel we shouldn't wait. It's common knowledge that the city, over a number of years, has put around $2.3 million into the plant. Someone could ask, well, at $2.3 million, why do you need to replace the plant? That $2.3 million replaced a trickling filter for $450,000, a sludge press for $459,000, reconstructed a wet well, replaced the wet well pumps and the control panel for $385,000, replaced a lid on a primary digester for $281,000, replaced the secondary clarifier drive and the center columns for $98,000. We've replaced boiler circulation pumps, sludge pumps, replaced the heating unit in the main office. And these were things that needed to be done just to keep it operating, not necessarily extend the life of it. Let me back up. Talking about the age of the equipment. Again, it was in 2014 that we replaced the trickling filter, 2018 the sludge press. Control over discharge. Gary had approached council a couple of weeks ago, I believe, asking about continuing to discharge the effluent out to the holding ponds that are out there. Certainly needs to be a part of the conversation, but I strongly feel that the city needs to be in complete control of the process from where it enters the plant to where it's actually discharged. So we need to have those conversations and see which direction we want to go with it. But the city needs to have complete ownership of the whole process, I believe. Regulatory safety. Again, we're talking about the hydrogen sulfide and the corrosion and the unsafe working conditions for the staff, regulatory compliance. Our discharge permit is expired in 2017. The state is working on what that new permit will look like, but we know that the standards for the effluent that we can discharge either to the holding ponds or to Fall River is going to get much more stringent. It's going to get tighter. It's not going to get easier for us. And the plant currently will not meet what we anticipate new discharge limits from the state to be. Again, we're talking about protecting staff, air, and water. The new plant would have ultraviolet disinfection in it before the water is discharged to either the holding ponds or Fall River. Again, we're focusing on separating the
where the waste comes into the plant from the administration building and where the operators are. The cost to discharge to Fall River is expected to be the lower option. Cheyenne River talks about in the plant that would require more piping to get there. And then the administration and personnel treatment processes also pose operational risks for us. I'm not going to speak to this one. That's what the AE2S folks are here. But this is the suggested process, the moving bed biofilm reactor to process the waste in the new design. This slide is to show that the redesign, the upgrade, the renovation could be all done in the current footprint that we have. The new headworks, the new treatment basins, the ultraviolet disinfection, the administration building, and the discharge line can all be done on existing footprint. Again, this talks about where the effluent would be discharged to. It's not uncommon for the newer plants to actually discharge into what the state would call is waters of the state. But we want to make sure that we're in control of that process. This slide is showing that what council will be asked to approve is a single project. The total estimated cost for the plant, the project, is $27 million. Council will be asked to approve one project with 2 funding phases. So the first funding phase is for the $14 million. Jennifer will talk a little bit about that tonight. The idea behind this is assuring that one project is approved with 2 funding phases. It gives us an opportunity for additional financing, loan forgiveness, low interest rates, whatever those processes may be. But we'd have 2 opportunities at the funding request. It's estimated that the new process, the operating and maintenance costs, those typically include the energy, the chemical use, and the sludge handling at the wastewater plant. Excuse me, that's estimated to go up to $110,000 a year. Currently, we're paying about $87,000 a year. The reason for the significant increase, the bulk of it, and either Jim or Mike will correct me when they're speaking to you if I'm misrepresenting it. The moving bed bioreactor process injects air into the process, so there's blowers that would be necessary for that. So we would anticipate that the bulk of this change would be in our electrical costs to process it. We wouldn't be using propane anymore as far as as part of the processing. So those costs are going to go up. This is talking about the funding. And again, I'd ask, we'll defer to Jennifer to give you the specifics on that. For the City of Hot Springs, this is the huge one. And I can't emphasize enough. This is an estimate. If the city has to bear the full cost of the renovation and we get no assistance based on the financing and the amount, this is an estimate. We won't know until council approves, if council approves moving the project forward, and the state tells us what the City of Hot Springs will qualify for as far as financial assistance. So this is an estimate. I was talking with the gentleman earlier tonight that had said, we don't get it.
We don't understand how much this is going to hurt. All we want to do is keep raising prices on our citizens. That couldn't be further from the truth. We all are pretty familiar with our own community and who lives here. We certainly recognize this is going to hurt. I have shared that my wife and I are not independently wealthy. We've found a way to make our budget stretch. This is going to hurt. This conversation should have happened 20 years ago when the plant had reached 20 years old at that point. It was originally built in 1984. It's not going to get any less expensive. The problem isn't going to go away. So we included it because this is the estimate that the state had talked about where we would be if we have to fund the whole cost on our own. So we're looking at eliminating the risks of a catastrophic failure from an 80-year-old plant, securing permanent control of the treated wastewater, where that goes, ensuring the highest standard of clean water, and complying with state requirements that we know are going to get tighter and tighter as we go along. We need your feedback. Ariel has made a survey available for you to answer for the residents, specifically for the residents of Hot Springs. You can either scan this code. She's got a scan on the entrance. There are some printed surveys up there. If you don't want to use that, you can come to City Hall on Monday and you can get copies of the survey to fill out yourselves. We want your input. So what will happen tonight, after the public hearings, because the application process from the state will start January 1st, we need Black Hills Council of Local Governments to help process the application if approved by council. Council is going to need to make a decision tonight whether they want to move forward with the funding request. Now, moving forward with the funding request doesn't obligate the city to move forward with the project. But it does allow the state to take a look at our funding request and see what we would qualify for funding. Once we know, then there is still an off-ramp for the city council to say, we can't afford that. But council will need to make a decision tonight whether they want to move forward with the funding request or not. And if they make that decision, then on Monday night, they need to approve the minutes of tonight's meeting. Did I misstate that, Jennifer? The next slides will be AE2S, talking about how they did the study, how they arrived at the recommendation. And then Jennifer will talk about the funding. Then again, we'll give the council an opportunity to ask questions that they have. Then after the council has asked their questions, we'll actually open the public hearing to hear from the public itself. Jim, Mike?
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you folks tonight. I'm Jim Jones. I'm part of the technical team at AE2S that completed the facility plan for Hot Springs. I think it's fantastic that we have such a good turnout here tonight. Mike can contest many times when we have public hearings and talk about projects, we don't get hardly any participation. So we appreciate that. And on a Friday night, thanks for coming out. One thing you should know about the facility plan is it's a collaborative effort. So the engineers have been working with city staff and with the Public Works Committee made up of elected officials to build a facility plan that makes sense for Hot Springs. And many times when we work with municipalities to complete facility plans, we get city staff to participate, but rarely elected officials. So I think it's really great. All right, so the objective, really why we're here, why AE2S is here, is we were contracted by the city to complete the facility plan. And the facility plan is the first step to doing a wastewater treatment upgrade or improvement that will use state funds. So if you are looking for grants and loans from the DANR, a facility plan has to be completed before you can request funds for that project. So we were contracted. We looked at evaluating the wastewater system. We made site visits. We brought a number of engineers down to look at the wastewater treatment plant. We had civil engineers look at the plant. We had environmental engineers, electrical engineers, structural engineers all look at it. A chemical engineer also was on site making a site visit. We collected information. We looked at the flows, the hydraulic load to the plant. We looked at the organic loading to the plant and historical data. We looked at those numbers. We looked at current population and then maybe what the population will look like 20 years from now. We looked at the condition assessment of the plant, and there's many areas of the wastewater treatment plant that are in very tough shape. Like you had heard from the mayor, it is an aged facility. We'll get into some of those specifics, but there's equipment that is out of service and has been out of service for a long time. There's equipment that we would deem critical to wastewater treatment that has been removed decades ago. So it certainly has some needs, and upgrades are warranted. As part of the facility plan, we are asked to look at multiple options. So we can't just say, here's one option for the city to consider. We'll list 3 or 4 different options. One of those options can be do nothing. You're not in a position where you're going to be able to do nothing. But we looked at multiple different treatment options and looked at present day costs for that treatment and what those costs will look like 20 years. We call that life cycle cost. And that's included in the facility plan. And then we make a recommendation. We make a recommendation that makes sense for Hot Springs and is economical, even though these numbers are huge. We looked at different treatment options and what those costs would be, and make a recommendation as an engineer on what is the most practical, economical treatment decision for Hot Springs. And then we include the DNR. We talk to DNR funders and their enforcement folks, so they could make recommendations and agree that there's a need first, which they do, and what likely your next permit will look like. That permit sets limits that the treatment plant and the process is designed to meet those limits. And then here we are with the public hearing, which is required as part of the funding application. Okay, so what did we find when we visited the plant? We definitely found aging infrastructure. We found a bar screen that's out of service. We found grit removal that had been eliminated. We found structural deterioration. We have concrete tanks that are showing wear, spalling on concrete on the outside of the building. We have H2S, hydrogen sulfide, and odor issues. The lift station currently resides in the same facility as the lab, the main office, and the break room. It's typically, wastewater treatment plants are not designed that way any longer. You want to separate kind of your living space from the lift station, living space being the lab and office and break room. We found mechanical deficiencies. We have some safety concerns for operations at the wastewater plant. We find electrically, there's some issues there. Definitely, it's not meeting code. It's not meeting current electrical code. So we think you should consider upgrades on that as well. And then the compliance risk. We know that the plant today will not meet permit limits, even secondary standard limits that do not include nutrient removal. We anticipate your next permit will have nutrient removal requirements. Even without the nutrient removal, you're not going to meet permit limits with the current facility.
Thanks, Jim. My name is Mike Saunders. I'm a professional engineer, so the engineer record on this project. So professional engineer is required to write these facility plans, and I stamp it. I have about 14, 15 years of experience in wastewater treatment, project management, so this is pretty much what I do. And yeah, obviously I'm professionally licensed here in South Dakota, which is required. So kind of piggybacking off of what Jim just talked about. So obviously there's a lot of issues with the plant. I think what's key here is what Jim alluded to, is that, even if we don't discharge to the Fall River or surface water discharge, there's still a lot of upgrades that are required at the plant. So there are significant major, repairs that are needed. Kind of going through, so structural repairs, aging concrete tanks, clarifiers showing severe corrosion and cracking. That would have to be repaired. There's a lot of mechanical equipment, so trickling filter equipment. There's some safety issues with the trickling filter, pumps, motors, sludge collection. The electrical and controls upgrades, so we would need to replace the MCC, switchgear, generator would all have to be included in that. Odor and safety improvements, so installing new ventilation and gas detection systems and isolating those not living quarters, but areas where the lab or where the operators are, and isolating that from the process. That's an NFPA requirement that has to happen. Building site improvements, there's deteriorating roofs, access platforms, piping galleries. We have to update the headworks, and then sludge handling infrastructure. So I think what this slide is really covering is, even if we don't need to meet more stringent limits, there are a lot of improvements that are still required. Just simply saying, discharge to what we've been doing, there's still a large, significant project that is needed here. So I'm not going to get too far into the weeds of the technical process of treatment, but I'll just cover a little bit of it. So right now, there is supposed to be secondary treatment on site. So that's reducing organic material in TSS. That's required for the irrigation we're sending to the pond. So what we're proposing, and to add control to the city, is needing to totally control the discharge or discharge to the Fall River or the Cheyenne. So that allows the city to totally control the whole process. So one thing with that is there are more stringent limits that are needed to meet, the state, the EPA requires more stringent limits to discharge the Fall River or the Cheyenne. So we went through alternatives, and we sent our loading flows that we're projecting to the state, and they gave us effluent requirements that we need to meet, or what they project to meet. So we did exercises with the city where we went through not just these 3 alternatives, but we went through a whole list of alternatives. So, do we construct new lagoons? Do we do, a lagoon system with ammonia removal? Do we do a sequencing batch reactor, which is a type of activated sludge? So we went through a gamut of options, and then we narrowed it down to these 3 with the city. So a trickling filter activated sludge hybrid. It's kind of what the city has now, and it's the top block flow diagram there. So you can see it's a complicated process. All 3 of these are. So these are limits that we need to meet, and there's a lot of mechanical equipment, there's blowers, there's a lot of things that are included here for reliably meeting wastewater and protecting the surface water that we discharge to. So we looked at trickling filter activated sludge system, conventional activated sludge, or the MBBR is what we ended up landing on. We have evaluation criteria, so capital cost, O&M, regulatory compliance, treatment capacity and flexibility, site requirements. So we're analyzing all of these in order to make our recommendation to the city. So it's not just capital costs. It's not, we look at flexibility in the future to meet new limits. So we're not just looking at cost here, but that is obviously a big factor. So a little bit difficult to see all the numbers here, but what we do is we work with the city and we create a weighted scoring. So we define certain weights to those items that I had listed before. So capital costs, we had 30% weight is to that because it's very important. Obviously, that's probably the most important things is to consider cost. And then we give a score to each of those alternatives. So all those items, we give a score, and then we have a particular weight. And then we work through city staff with this and make sure they have buy-in. And in the end, what we came up with is that the MBBR, but not only was the most cost-effective, but from all these other aspects, including using the existing site, using the existing infrastructure. We do need to update the infrastructure, but we can contain this all in one site. It's likely the most simplest of the 3. An MBBR, which I'll show you on the next slide, I'll kind of talk about the technology, but it's using media that the biology attaches to get the treatment instead of having to pump it back and keep it in the system. So this is how we made the decision. It's not, it's not like, oh, we're going to just select that and recommend that. There's a process to this that we work through with city staff. And yeah, just to talk, I went through a little bit of this already, but the MBBR, the moving bed biofilm reactor. So it's essentially these little plastic pieces that sit in the tank, and there's a retention screen in there, and the wastewater flows in, and there's bacteria that are good for reducing the ammonia or the nutrients in the water. And it's a very reliable system. It's compact. It ended up being the lowest capital cost, relatively simple and flexible operation, and then reuse of the existing infrastructure. We could have looked at a lagoon or they have these advanced lagoon systems that do ammonia removal, and maybe the capital cost for that system, not including land requirements, may have been a little bit lower capital cost. But you also have to think about the future. EPA is constantly talking about new nutrient limits that are coming up, and they are coming, like nitrogen, you look a lot in PFAS or phosphorus. And so this really sets up the city for treating those in the future without having to build a brand new wastewater treatment plant. So there's we also considered that too, so flexibility for meeting future limits. Yeah, sorry, I probably threw a lot at you guys. I don't think I got too far into the weeds, but I just wanted to get a little bit of a glimpse of the alternatives we looked at, so. I think that's all I had. I think you're next, Jen.
So what we were just discussing is, at what point, do you want to hear comments from the public before you, or? Okay, all right.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Seatsma. I'm the Executive Director for Black Hills Council of Local Governments, and we help administrate federal and state funding and help do project management for state and federal agencies. And I've been with Black Hills Council since 2020, but I've actually worked with the planning districts since 2007, so almost have 19 years with the planning districts doing this type of work. Sure. Our office is currently administrating $499 million worth of projects similar to this. And we've got a project list of about 152 projects right now. So we do a lot of this. Just to make sure that we've captured everything that is required for the public hearing so that your application can be considered at the state if the council decides to move forward with the funding application. I'm just going to reiterate those things that have to be covered. So the need for the project was covered, the different alternatives that were evaluated have been covered, the proposed project has been covered, the proposed financing. So what you're looking at right now for phase one is $14,040,000 rounded up to the nearest thousand. So the maximum amount to be borrowed for this project would be $14,040,000 if it's awarded 100% as loan. The application is due January 1st with the funding award being made in March of 2026. At that time, the City Council can choose to move forward with the project as it's funded, or they can choose to reject the funding. So there will be an opportunity at that time to determine if they want to move forward with the project if they are unhappy with the funding package that's provided. Applications submitted through Department of Ag and Natural Resources are just an application for a funding amount. You don't get to request grant or loan or principal forgiveness. The state will evaluate your application and they will consider many different elements, but they will look at the cash flow analysis to determine a few different things, what would result in reasonable rates, and again, reasonable rates is based off of what you're paying per 5,000 in comparison to everyone else across the state who has done or is doing a project. The revenue source pledged for repayment of this loan will be done as a surcharge bond. There's actually 4 different ways that a city can bond a DANR loan. You can do it through sewer revenues, you can do it as a surcharge, sales tax, or general obligation bond. Unfortunately for you, with a project this size, the only one that you would be eligible for is the surcharge bond. And the reason for that is because it's a dedicated revenue source to repay the loan, and that is collected through, it'll be collected on your sewer bill. The interest rate and term for any dollars borrowed for this project under DANR programs would be 4% for 30 years. And the impact to users, you saw a number of about $90 per person per month. That's considering the full 27.7 million, but I have to talk, because this loan application is only for phase one, I have to talk to you about how the 14 million would impact your rates. And really what you would be looking at if there is no grant subsidy for this, you'd be looking at a $45.37 per month surcharge to repay this loan. You are eligible for principal forgiveness. There's also, the state has the Consolidated Water Facilities Construction Program, which can fund up to $2 million. And for this phase, we are also going to seek, the Community Development Block Grant Program has you can apply for up to $2 million in grant from that program, which is separate. And we'll do the public hearing for that later. So if you were to receive the maximum amount of consolidated grant and CDBG, you'd really only be looking at $32 increase for this phase of the project for a surcharge, if there's no principal forgiveness, which is just another way of saying grant. The city did list a couple other options up there for funding. Obviously, the Community Development Block Grant we'll talk about later. The other one that they mentioned is the USDA WEP program. The city is eligible under that program for, if this project is determined to have health and safety, if it's going to correct health and safety issues or health and safety benefit. Hot Springs qualifies for up to 75% grant under that program, even though it's unlikely that you would see that. And the other thing with the USDA programs is the loans are able to be amortized for 40 years versus 30. So it would just minimize the impact, but it would be a longer repayment. So ultimately, the city would be paying more in interest over the life of the loan. So if the city chooses to move forward, they will need to approve an authorizing resolution to authorize your mayor to sign the application documents. And that would need to be done tonight if the city council decides to move forward with the project funding. And the other thing that we would need to do is document the number of people who have come and actually spoke on the project. So if you do come up and provide comments, if you could sign in up here so that we know how many people actually spoke on the project, that would be super helpful so that we can document that when the application is submitted to the state. So that's all I have for this public hearing with Mayor. So I guess we could start with questions from the council, or do you want them up there? Okay. Or the...
Yeah, Ed. Does anyone think they're going to want to look at any slides when we get into questions? All right. Carl, would you raise the screen, please? Bring the lights up. And then we'll ask council to go ahead and go back up to our normal seating.
So some of the questions do work sometimes on the answers if they're talking about comparison against other communities or the likelihood of getting grant, things like that. I know they'll probably direct me through you as the mayor, but sometimes it's better if I just take that so I don't know.
My intent in that is for them to just ask questions directly to you.
Okay. Oh, yeah, so you don't have to.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then same would be with engineering folks, just ask their questions directly. And then once they're done, then we need to open the public hearing officially. And then we'll take the next report.
Plus, we're sitting closer together. Maybe that was it.
It's just a comment of reasonable rates, and I mean, I just done like 19 of these just in the last month. That's I'm getting a point. So I know where all those are. It's really easy for me to answer that versus having answers.
So that would be my same take with the public questions, is just ask me directly, ask me to us directly.
Okay.
When we get that point.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Do you want me to?
I just want to turn
Very exciting picture. Must have lost Bill.
it's red, it's on.
Okay.
We're missing a council member. All right. So what we're going to do at this point, council, is give you the opportunity to ask questions of Jennifer, Mike, or Jim, related to the project, if you have any. Now's your opportunity to ask your questions.
I have two questions. The easy one is what's the lifespan of this facility? What are we looking at?
Sorry. Yeah, so there's kind of some confusion on this, but normally on a facility plan, you look at a 20-year planning horizon. I would say with these improvements we're considering, that's not going to be the life of the facility. That's more going to be the life of kind of more of the wear parts, like the pumps and motors, but a lot of the infrastructure that is built, if it's concrete tanks or things like that, it's going to last beyond the life of it. Could be, depends on the components, but 40, 50 years, it really depends. But I just want to make sure it's clear that the 20 years that we talk about the facility plan is it's more looking at the planning horizon on planning for the future. And then in another 20 years, you might do another facility plan, but we're not going to say build a brand new plant.
Okay. And then I think what a lot of people here are concerned about is the effluent discharge and the options between discharging immediately out of the plant into the Fall River versus going back out to the ponds that we have. And so one of my questions, if you can clarify those two issues, but what are the chances of the effluent process failure if we would discharge into Fall River? Is there any chance?
I wouldn't say there's no chance. Obviously, there's a chance. I would say that a lot of the projects we work on, maybe 95% of them are discharging to a surface water. The state won't really allow you to fail. In any sort of discharge point. If you do fail, they're going to charge you, there's going to be fines involved until you fix it. I would say that, how long activated sludge mechanical plants have been around, they are very reliable. There's certain redundancies that are built into 10 state standards or state EPA standards, like redundant tanks, redundant pumps, redundant blowers, where it's very hard to fail. Even redundant power, so there'd be a standby generator for power to kick on if there was a failure to power. So there's a lot of requirements that we have to put into the design that we're required to as engineers. So there's a lot of backup and fail safes, I would say, to prevent failure. Obviously, there's always, in any sort of design, there's a possibility of failure or operation, but it's a very reliable, mechanical plants are very reliable for, decades now, so.
So there wouldn't be any benefit to continuing to pump it out to our ponds?
So, you still need to meet secondary treatment standards to pump it to the ponds. There might be a difference in costs if you were to do that, but if you want the option to discharge to the Fall River, there are certain improvements you need to make to meet ammonia. Ammonia is the big thing. So we need to create nitrification, which converts ammonia to nitrates at the plant. Your current plant can't do that, so these alternatives that we included in here, to get control of the full facility front to back, these are improvements that you would need to be able to discharge to surface water, Fall River or the Cheyenne. So.
Thank you.
Linda, if you'd hang on just a minute.
Okay.
I apologize for not recognizing Tracy, our Public Works Director, and Jason, the wastewater plant foreman. We asked them to be here tonight for council, for you to ask any questions. And if the public has any questions from them also, they're part of the city folks to answer any questions that you may have. So I apologize, gentlemen.
I don't know who would be the proper person to answer this question. In your inspection of our plant down there, has anybody recently inspected the condition of the pipes that we use to pump out there to our ponds? How long do those last? Are they set for replacement under this plan if we choose to continue to pump out there to the ponds?
That's a good question. We didn't include the cost. Yeah, we didn't include the costs of the gravity lines to the pond, and that's not a typical thing that we evaluate or include a cost for. I would say that you might, if you run into issues with that piping, or sometimes you might put cameras down there to actually see and inspect them. That's more of a maintenance item. I would say in facility planning, we don't typically look at that condition. It's not, and those pipes in the ground can last decades as well.
Okay.
It's more of the infrastructure and the pumps and everything that's exposed. The H2S is a big item that's where it's exposed to oxygen. You create hydrogen sulfide, and so yeah, the piping we did not include costs for.
Yeah. Did you?
You need a microphone, please.
Go to the microphone.
Yeah, he's.
So,
Close,
A little closer.
so they
to
can
answer
hear you.
your question, the lines are PVC.
Okay.
So they're ones that, like you said, it can last decades. So to answer your question, they are in decent shape.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering, I don't know how many years they've been underground.
Well, I believe it's been 84, correct? So 1984.
Okay.
But like I said, they do last. And, we've had a couple breaks from some contractors hitting the pipe, and we inspect them, and they're in good shape.
Okay. So you inspect them how often?
Well, remember the last one. It's hard to, we're talking 5 miles.
Yeah.
5 miles,
underground.
that is something that's hard to do on a regular basis. So,
Okay.
we inspect what we have based on where our accesses are to the line. We inspect all that as much as we can. So
Okay.
it's really hard to inspect that line all the time.
Okay. All right. I was just curious. Thank you, Jason.
For those of you out there that don't know who I am, Gary Telkamp from Ward 4. And Deborah asked a couple of questions I was going to ask, but I do have a couple other ones. This one's for Mike. Mike, when is the next permitting coming up? When is that going to be due?
Well, in 2017, your permit lapsed or is now out of date. I think ideally you would have gotten a permit right after that, but the state can typically lag behind, and I think right now they're working on a permit. I don't know to say a time frame when the next one will come. It's hard to say. That it's not just South Dakota, but a lot of states, there's a lot of delays in getting that permit. So you kind of look back to that 2017 permit is what you are supposed to be meeting right now until they get a reissued permit to you.
Yeah. And this is just some clarification from Jennifer, if I could, please. Jennifer, if I understood my notes here, if the city got nothing for phase one, we're looking at about $45.37 per household, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then if we get a grant, then we're looking at a potential $32 per household?
Correct.
Okay, and that's for phase one.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about phase two.
So can you guys hear me? Is it coming through? Okay. In the slideshow presentation, you're really looking at two phases that are about 14 million each. I mean, it was 13 and some change or whatever, but when you delay those funding cycles, when you split it to be able to capitalize off of, it's really the consolidated program and the principal forgiveness that limits you from applying for this all at once. We submitted your state water plan as 27.7 million, and the state asked us to phase it because they want two opportunities to be able to maximize that $2 million grant through their programs, and then whatever principal forgiveness they can put towards it. So your second phase is really going to be similar to the first one. It's going to be about 14 million. The only thing that would change between, say, this year and next year's application is a potential change in the interest rates. 4% is actually as high as I've seen them since I've been in the region. They were low for a long time, 2.25, 2.75, but they're not gonna skyrocket. If they change, if they increase, they might go down by 0.25 or up by 0.25, but it's not going to be significant.
So the $45 for phase one and the $45 for phase two, that's how we get to 90 then.
It is.
And hopefully that we're looking at worst case scenario there.
It would. You would have another opportunity. So you can only have one open CDBG at a time. And so that would not be an opportunity in phase two. So that's an extra opportunity you have now because you won't have completed enough of the project in phase one to fully draw that grant and close it in time for phase two. But the state works really well with the other funding programs. Another opportunity again for phase two is maybe we consider the USDA programs. We don't have a lot of communities that are 75% grant eligible under those programs. And again, I caveat that because it has to have a proven health and safety issue that you're correcting, and I think it has to be immediate. So they might be the ones to answer if that's a thing or not. But 45% eligible under that program. And so then you're looking at, maybe a $7 million loan.
Okay, pretty good. Maybe I'm the only one that didn't understand that completely. I just want to clarify that for the public out there. Sure. Thank you very much.
Got a couple questions, and if one of these Deb may have already asked it, so I apologize if I'm late to the party on that. If we have unexpected population growth, I believe when I was in some of the public works meeting, the MBBR system is relatively easily expandable, is that correct?
Yeah, so as part of the planning process, we have to project some sort of population growth. We lean conservative, but we don't want to lean too conservative because then you're paying for something you don't need. But yes, part of it, the MBBRs, you can just add additional tanks and there is space on site for additional capacity. So yeah, that was part of the plan. It's always a bit tough because obviously you want to plan for a ton of growth, but then you're spending a lot more in capital to do that. So we try to, any unforeseen growth or that ultimate condition, we try to push that down the road because, maybe there won't be as much growth as what we're projecting.
Okay. And a little bit of follow-up to Deborah's question on failure that would result in unacceptable discharge. Has there been any type of quantitative risk assessment on failure for this process to say that there's 1 to 10 to the minus fifth, 1 to times 10 to the minus sixth failure probability on these?
I would say for more industrial, maybe industrial plant applications, you might go through an analysis like that, like a risk assessment. I would say a lot of that is built into the state and EPA requirements because wastewater treatment from one city to the other is pretty typical, like how it works. So a lot of those redundancy requirements that are built into the standards, I mean, it typically works like different cities and towns. So you don't have to go through that every time, you just got to follow the standards. And I probably shouldn't give you any sort of numbers, probability, but in a lot of the cases where I see complete failure, it's where maybe the wastewater plant is located by a river and the entire plant got flooded. And in that case, there's a lot more other issues than just the wastewater treatment
So it's
plant.
not a component failure, it's
No, it's like completely inundating the plant with water. But that is very rare.
So that question has come up a couple of times, and I just want to let everybody know on the council and also the public, the engineer.
You got it. I was turning it up. You gotta get close to that mic.
So the facilities plan and the engineering design, all of those go through Department of Ag and Natural Resources. Their engineers review the facilities plan and the design. So it's not just two engineers in a box coming up with a plan for you. I think if they're at the state level, Department of Ag and Natural Resources, if there were environmental concerns for this type of system, they would have provided comments back on the facility plan and asked them to make the appropriate adjustments if they felt like it was a concern environmentally. So just so you know, Department of Ag and Natural Resources has reviewed that facilities plan, and they will also review the design.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
And I'll just add one thing too. I think the risk has a higher probability that you would have a sewer backup in town and discharge out to the street and then hit surface water with raw influent than a failure at the treatment plant where you have backup power and you're getting some treatment even if a process goes down. So if we lost a bar screen, we're still getting grit removal, we're still getting the bacteria is still eating BOD and consuming ammonium nitrogen. If we lost a blower, we're still getting screening and grit removal, and we're able to remove solids. But if there's a backup in town and influent comes out of a manhole and ends up in surface waters, there's no treatment in that. And that happens. It happens in all cities. Occasionally you have a bypass from the collection system, and those bypasses normally can end up in surface water.
Thanks, Jim.
No other questions? Go ahead.
How often are these facilities inspected?
3 years. Every 3 years by the DANR.
Pardon me?
Every 3 years.
When's the last time this one passed an inspection?
That would be 2 years ago.
3 years ago?
Two.
Two?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
For everyone else here, will you guys touch on what would happen if we do nothing?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of issues right now. I would say you're not going to meet your secondary limit even going to the existing irrigation pond, which you're going to get a new permit with limits on that on BOD and TSS. You're not going to meet that. So then you would likely get letters of warning from the state and then eventually being fined. A lot more in fines than it would be to pay for this project.
They usually say $10,000 per day for non-compliant.
For the public who doesn't know me, I'm David Burris, Ward 2. I am Public Works Chair Committee. I sit alongside with Craig Romey, who's also Chair for Public Works. This question is basically for all four of you. If we don't do nothing, what is the viability of failure within the next year?
I mean, I would say it is, when the next permit comes out, it will fail day one. I'm not saying like concrete tank falling apart or something catastrophic happening. I'm saying you will not be able to meet limits day one.
Jason, you work at the sewer plant. You do the maintenance. Please stand up and tell the public exactly what you go through and what your idea of the next failure will be for the system.
Yes.
How much time you guys got? So, as far as what we go through, you got to imagine this plan's from 1984. If you remember back in 1984, I don't think we had to wear seat belts. So there's a lot of safety factors that are involved with a plant that was built back then. I could tell you that myself, that's okay, I'll tell you anyways, that, with the plant the way it is, as far as the safety features in that plant, I'm gonna have my third shoulder surgery from working at the plant in January. There's been a lot of accidents that could have been avoided based on an improved plant. As far as the day-to-day and kind of the challenges that we have, hydrogen sulfide that we discussed, that eats everything, okay? Electrical wires, every component we have, even components that are sealed to prevent that gas from getting inside, that does. And we have to do a lot of preventive maintenance. And I can tell you that, everyone likes to be doing preventive maintenance. A lot of times with the plant as old as it is, we're having to jump on problems that just pop up. You can never plan your day because there's so much that can and does go wrong. So I have a change of clothes at the plant, so I'm usually covered in that stuff at least twice a week. We do have a good team, but sir, we go through quite a bit based on this age of the plant. And it's a fight every day. So, does that answer your question?
Really, I want the public to know, because most of the public probably has not been at the plant. So really, it's not just a safety portion of it. In your eyes and in Tracy's eyes, dealing with the headaches we go through every week, honestly, give me a respectable idea of, if we don't do anything, what is the likelihood of failure within whatever amount of time?
Yes, sir. Okay. Failure could start anywhere in the process, as you guys will agree with. And it can happen real soon. We're limited on budget on what we could pay for. You add wastewater components and just add another 50% to a basic cost. So as far as catastrophe, I don't think we have long. I really don't. And they talk basically about what could happen. What could also happen is we could have a lot of blockages in our collection system, so manholes. So if we don't have an updated plant and we have a failure, you could look at manholes having sewage running out. Let's look at Minnetonka, for example. Coming down that hill, hitting U.S. waters, having issues with that. We could have issues with contamination of drinking water if we can't collect this sewage if the plant fails. We could be talking about a lot of diseases. We could talk about, dysentery, cholera, you name it. Not to mention the odor would be incredibly worse than it is now. So it's a safety factor for each one of us. If that plant goes down, you're going to see a change in this city like you wouldn't believe. Sir?
And basically, I wanted him to explain it to you, because this is the man that actually has to deal with every day. And I'm not trying to scare you or anything like that, but very honestly, you all need to know why we're at this point right now. As the mayor said at the beginning of this should have been talked about 20 years ago, if not 25 years ago. So really, coming from boots on the ground, I would rather you hear it from his mouth, not mine. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add to what Jason was talking about in response to Dave's question, not knowing what's going to happen when. For those of you folks who follow council meetings and you take a look at our packets and the bills that council approves, there's an $11,000 bill that they're going to be asked to approve for replacing door frames at the wastewater treatment plant. Metal door frames that are failing, that can't be repaired. And I'm sure Jason would be happy to show any of you the condition of those frames if you want to go take a look at them. The plant is failing. And in my opinion, the biggest part of it is the hydrogen sulfide that ends up in the building itself because the headworks are not separate from the administration and laboratory. That's the physical side of it. I would encourage any of you to go do research on what hydrogen sulfide does to the human body, the respiratory system, and everything else, even in small amounts. When you go into the plant, you're not going to want to lick your lips.
Can I expand on that a little bit, Mayor?
Please.
Everybody talks about how it smells when you come into town. Hydrogen sulfide has an odor threshold of between 0.03 and 0.05 parts per million. That's kind of hard to describe, but if you had a box and had 1 million molecules of air and you only had 0.03 molecules of hydrogen sulfide, you could smell it. So you'd think, okay, that's good. I know when it's around, so I can avoid it. Well, OSHA, if we did fall under OSHA, says that the limit for an 8-hour day is 5 parts per million. That's pretty stout. Those limits don't get changed much because regulators and congressmen have to change those limits. The American Conference of Governmental Industrial Hygienists say that the 8-hour time-weighted average that Jason should be exposed to is only 1 part per million. But in a short-term exposure limit is 5 parts per million. At about 50 parts per million, that stinky rotten egg gas is going to take away his sense of smell. And if it ever gets up to about 500 parts per million, it's going to potentially kill him. So this is not just a matter of it stinks so bad coming down Highway 385 that you can't tell the difference between the sewer plant and Taco John's. Hydrogen sulfide is very, very dangerous. If it combines with steel or iron, it can form iron sulfide. If iron sulfide dries out, it can ignite. So it can be an ignition source. When it combines with copper, it makes a copper sulfate. But in all of that, it's degrading the metal. So that's why when you look at the bills and the claims that council approves meeting after meeting, the amount of switchgear, the tools It's very corrosive. It's called an acid gas. When it combines with moisture, it forms either sulfurous or sulfuric acid. So when they breathe it in, it forms some level of sulfurous acid in the respiratory system. So it's very much an irritant to the mucous membranes and the bronchial tubes. So it's not just a matter of, this is inconvenient and stinky. One of the worst things that any of us deal with when we're trying to prevent an incident is when you don't know what you don't know. When I was on Public Works, Jason brought me down, and Jason, was that the boiler pit we were in, the piping? Well, we've got piping in there. Well, you destroy piping two ways. You either have internal corrosion because of the corrosive material, or you have internal erosion because we're not getting the grit and the solids out. So we have no idea what the inside of the pipe looks like. And typically when you have solids in a fluid, you start building a groove through the pipe, almost like a muskrat run in the slough. And so we thought, well, geez, we ought to find out do we have a problem? Well, part of the problem, we can't even find anybody that'll come in and do ultrasonic thickness measurements on our piping, so we know if we've got a problem. But if we do, chances are it's going to be a catastrophic failure, and that's the material that's probably going to end up in the river along with significant exposure. So I spent 35 years of my career in the process industry, and that's what we're looking at here is a process. Fortunately, I didn't have to process what Jason's processing. Our chance of a catastrophic failure with the plant we've got right now is pretty significant. The things Jason and his team have to go through to maintain the plant, it was not built. Those components are not built to safely maintain it. So when he goes out to work on, I think it's the trickling filter, quite frankly, if it was done right, the rest of the city crew would probably spend about 2 days building a temporary working platform so he could do a simple 1 or 2 hour job. So, if you'll pardon the expression, our sewer plant is a piece of crap that needs to be replaced. I'll get off my high horse.
Anyone else?
I want to reiterate, this is J.R. Huddleston. I'm councilman for Ward 3, also council vice president. Thank you, Deborah, for your questions, and I want to piggyback on you if I may. I am not a fan of dumping anything into Fall River County, into any river that we have. And the reason behind that is we as a council have also signed letters to protect our water. No drilling, for instance, no ore drilling, things like that. And our water is very sacred to us. Should we go forward and approve this, I would really like to see us consider stay with what we're doing with running it out to a leach pond. With running it out to the leach ponds, the ponds, and if we need to treat that there, then we need to treat that there, but at least it's not going in our river.
Anyone else? So I've got some questions for Jim and Mike. What would the quality of the effluent be that would be discharged into either the Cheyenne or the Fall River? And are there concerns with contaminants that the treatment process can't remove? Heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, those kinds of things.
Yeah, so the limits that will be imposed if you do discharge into the Fall River will be, it's around 30 BOD, 30 TSS. Ammonia will be like around 4 or 5 milligrams per liter. We're designing the plant to do full nitrification, which is completely removing ammonia. And when you completely remove ammonia, you essentially completely remove all of the organic material, the BOD, COD, so that's the limiting factor is nitrification. So I would say in that respect, it would be likely cleaner than the river water upstream of there. There's likely going to be BOD and some traces of ammonia in the water. I would say in that case, you're at or better treatment or better quality water than the source water or the river. Obviously, another limit that we have to meet is dissolved oxygen. So not only are we treating all the biological oxygen demand, which is essentially we're putting oxygen into the water to treat it ahead of going into the river, we actually have to inject dissolved oxygen before we go into the river as well, the Fall River. So if there's any trace amounts of organic material that make it through, there's, that dissolved oxygen can help treat even in the river itself. There's nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen, that might be at or, around the quality of the river. Obviously, like you said, there are, PFAS. There's a lot of talk about that in the EPA right now to have limits on those. That's mainly in the biosolids. Metals, like you mentioned, that's normally in the biosolids because that'll settle out and it won't make it to the effluent. So that's normally when you have all this bacteria that grows and grows, and we have to bring that to a landfill or land apply. So the metals is normally in the biosolids itself. Pharmaceuticals is another emerging topic in the industry. I would say if those limits ever do come, there's permits that are renewed every 5 years, and if that ever does come down to the EPA where you have to meet it, that will happen, and it will happen on your next permit cycle. So it's not like the limits that we're meeting now are going to be forever. Any additional limit that comes up, nutrients, phosphorus, nitrogen, are going to be added to the permit as well.
Just add one comment too. We talk a lot about the limits, and that's what keeps you out of violation with the state. But this treatment plant would be designed to do better than just meet the limits. I mean, BOD, TSS should be well below 10. It wouldn't surprise me if it's well below 5. Ammonia will be less than 1. So the design for the treatment facility, Mike can guarantee that you'll be in compliance. And in order to make that guarantee, it'll perform much better than just below your limits.
And with new regulations coming and updating EPA stuff, regulations that they'll throw out at us, if we don't meet it, the system that we are talking about putting up can be added on to and updated for those.
Right, yeah, and I know we're just kind of focusing on surface water discharge to the Fall River, but there's, where it's currently going, there are irrigation standards. Like, we do have to treat to secondary treatment to do what is happening now. And there could be nutrient limits on that in the future. So I know it seems like, it's kind of forgotten about when it goes and it's irrigated, but that's seeping into the ground. There's something, like, we're protecting the environment there as well. Another thing I'll note is I mentioned earlier, we design plants and upgrades. 95% are probably to surface water. We have a project in Minnesota in Ely in the boundary waters, with very protected waters, that discharges into the boundary waters. It's very reliable treatment. And that I'm not saying that obviously that is there and this is here. This is where you guys live and reside. So, but I just want to take that with a grain of salt that this happens in a lot of different areas around the country reliably. So.
Didn't Custer just get a new plant and they're discharging into French Creek. That was all a big deal, wasn't it?
They are currently not discharging into French Creek, and that municipality is in litigation currently. Yep.
They're discharging into Flint Creek, right?
Yes,
Oh, right
both
now.
options are surface water discharge, two different watersheds, Flint Creek or French Creek. And they actually reside in French Creek, but had been pumping their discharge into Flint about 8 miles outside of town.
Oh, my questions aren't any specific order. They're in when I thought of them, or the questions were put to me and I put them down. So the MBBR process uses the little plastic discs, whatever the right name for that is. Is that a proprietary media, and how often does it need replaced or supplemented?
Yeah, the plastic media with the MBBR or the IFAS system, there's a number of different manufacturers, so you wouldn't be tied to just one. And lifespan for that plastic media should be well over 20 years.
So the technology of that has been around for 20 to 30 years. I actually was part of a group where we had to call all the plants that have that technology around the country, and mostly all of them, all the media lasted for 30 years. And the only reason it's not more is because that technology isn't even older than that. So it lasts for a very long time. You might have to supplement it with some if you lose some, but it's a plastic material, so it doesn't really degrade.
Can the plant itself be designed to last more than 20 years? That's been a big concern of, why only 20 years? The loan is going to be longer than that.
Right. So we are required, and a lot of states require facility plans, which is the report we put together here, to look at a 20-year planning horizon. That's not to say that the plant is only going to last 20 years. It's just they require us to look out that far in the future. And we actually look at we'll look at ultimate projected growth. And so in 20 years, you will not, I'll say you're very likely not going to need a new wastewater treatment plant. That is just more of a requirement of how often to look into it. So in 20 years, we'd recommend to do another facility plan, but it's not going to be to, build a whole new wastewater plant.
The state can't finance anything that's not going to last longer than 30 years or 30 years or more because of the loan. What they're talking about for 20 years is components of it. And the reason why you're able to get a 30-year term versus a 20 is because the state is confident that this technology will last 30 years. And the percentage of the total cost those components that are only 20-year components, the more mechanical stuff, they're a small enough percentage of the overall total project cost that it allows you to get the 30-year note. So if this was only going to last 20 years, you'd only be able to finance for 20 years.
Yeah, and that's the conversation I'd had with Jim and Mike, is that equipment only lasts so long. It's not designed to last forever. The process will typically outlast the life of the equipment itself. But just like we've done with the plant that we have, there will be equipment that will need to be replaced within that 20-year lifespan.
Wastewater treatment, the environment that equipment works in is incredibly harsh. And to predict how long it can live in that environment, it's difficult. So for our planning purposes, we typically say 20-year life cycle.
Okay.
And when we look at present value and look out for life cycle costs, we're using a 20-year on that life cycle cost, even though in most cases it lasts longer than 20 years.
Would the design of the plant change significantly if the effluent isn't discharged into Fall River? I'll speak to Fall River versus Gary and Sharon's in a little bit, but that's been one of the concerns, is that are we over-designing? Are we incurring costs that we wouldn't need to incur if we continue discharging to our holding ponds?
Yeah, I don't believe you will. Our discussions with the DANR enforcement have said they anticipate a new permit. It's imminent. I don't know how short imminent means in their mind, but they're discussing it. They said the treatment plant will need to meet secondary standards even if you're discharging to your current location at the lagoon. So we know the plant today can't meet those limits. We know that they're coming. So the upgrade will be able to meet secondary standards and ammonia removal with no additional cost in order to have the flexibility to discharge to Fall River or the Cheyenne River.
Okay. So to follow up to JR's point, I recognize that discharging into Fall River is a huge concern. I had mentioned when we were going through the slides that in my mind, for the city to do our due diligence, we need to look at every option. And discharging to Fall River is certainly an option. Gary had talked with me and Tracy a little bit before he addressed you, Council, asking the question, why hadn't I reached out to them, knowing that the agreement is going to expire in 2026? I had told him each time that it was because I don't know what you folks are going to decide, so I don't know what the specifics of that conversation may be. But I had told him that I recognize that it's in their best interest and it's in the city's best interest to continue going to the ponds. I recognize that. I'm not opposed to that. But we need to know what all of the options are and what the benefits and the downfalls to each of them are. So that's the reason that we'd asked you folks to identify what happens or what would be necessary to discharge into Fall River. And to everything that's been said, until council decides if they're going to move forward with the funding request and we get the funding and we get into the design of it, that's a conversation that we will continue to have. What is the best way to go? But it needs to be in the city's best interest, whatever that solution is. In my opinion, it's up to council to decide where you land on that. So, all right. So that's all I've got is for questions. Council, do you have any more questions?
It's more, I usually might be. More of a comment and a question. I've talked to a lot of people about this. We have to talk to Gary no matter what. Until this place is built, we have to take our sewage someplace.
Absolutely.
So we have to have some kind of contract with Gary. So that's something we have to
do. Again, recognizing that it expires early 2026. Not unwilling to have the conversation. We need to know what the conversation, the specifics of what the conversation needs to be. All right.
Move your mic away from the computer a little bit.
My mic.
It's the cable.
There. Don't touch it anymore. It's quiet.
Okay. So we're through the council questions to you folks. We're now ready to open the public hearing.
And remember to sign in when you come to the mic.
So I'm showing 7:09.
I'd like to hear from Gary Romey first, because he's probably the most
Well, he's a member of the public.
If that's all right.
He's a member of the public. He can.
He's a member of the...
Well, he's the most involved in this because he owns the property the ponds are on. I think what he says is relevant to whatever everybody else here can ask.
It's up to you, Gary, go ahead.
Well, we haven't opened the public hearing yet.
Okay.
So I'd like to open the public hearing to hear from the public. And I'm still stuck on, council, you need to vote on an increase to residents. So I'm going to ask that the folks along Fall River be respectful of that and give the city residents an opportunity to ask their questions first. Their questions may be some of the same ones that you have. But this is a public hearing to address the impact to sewer users. All right, so with that, it's 7:10 p.m. I'd like to open a public hearing to discuss the need for wastewater storm improvements, the proposed project, project alternatives, proposed financing, source of repayment for the loan, rate and term of any borrowed funds, and the impact to users, SRF loan. I didn't mention, as far as the comments from the public, that please limit them to 5 minutes per individual. There's a lot of folks out here, and we've got some folks from Rapid City. It's going to be a long night for them if we drone on individually. So.
All right, we'll stay in the night. Everybody up here, we want to hear from everybody.
All right. So when you come up to speak, if you would give your name and address, please, and we'll do our best.
They're going to that mic.
Yep,
And sign in.
the mic up there, and Jennifer, you'd ask for them to sign in?
We just need to keep it count.
Okay. All right. So let's go through city residents first, please.
I just have a couple. Is that on? Can you?
No, it should be.
The questions I have concern financing. The first question is, if the city is not eligible for any of the other financing and have to pay for this on our own, a lot of it I think is going to probably come from property taxes in addition to the fees. My first question is, will this mean that the city will cease transferring money out of the wastewater fund?
What is it? I don't understand.
Help me understand that question a little more.
Okay. During budget times, wastewater is an enterprise fund. Is money not transferred out of that fund and also out of the water fund to subsidize other finances?
There is an operating transfer. The city is essentially having those expenses in lieu of those functions, the water and sewer paying the city for the services that are provided.
Okay, but will those funds stay then in the wastewater fund in the future?
That's a decision of the council.
And that is
Because we'll
a
still
question-
provide the services.
Okay, and that is a question to the council. And I can certainly let you stew on that, and we'll go to question number 2. This new plant is going to be, in essence, a benefit to all the inhabitants of Hot Springs, all the taxpayers of Hot Springs, which are also taxpayers of the county and comprise about 50% of the county. Will the county be approached to help fund this in light of previous discussions as to other departments and so forth that are felt that the citizens of Hot Springs do not contribute enough money to? And there again, that's another question you can stew on if you'd like.
Sign in, Bob.
So I just want to clarify, the repayment of the loan will come from a surcharge. That surcharge will be on the sewer accounts. So it will be its own separate line item. It won't be your regular fees. You'll have your regular charge, maybe whatever, $33.99 a month if you use 5,000 gallons in a month. This would be an extra charge underneath there that says wastewater treatment facility project surcharge, and it will be its own separate. So there will be no change in your taxes from this project. So therefore, it has nothing to do with county residents or anybody in the county. This service isn't provided to people in the county. It's a municipal service, and it will be repaid through the surcharge assessed to your sewer bill.
So then, if I understand correctly, there will be no property tax money involved in this project at all? Ever. Thank you. Last question that I have, actually I've got two questions. I want to address one to Jason if I can. In hearing your experience on a day-to-day basis down at the wastewater plant and the potential for injury and so forth, would you say that we are kind of squeaking by from the skin of our teeth with having an employee seriously injured or killed down there?
Yes, absolutely.
My next question then is not necessarily for you, but for, and it may be just a generalized comment. Phase one, we're looking at $14 million plus. Phase two, we're looking at another 13 million plus.
Might as well round it up to 14.
We'll round it up to 14. If we had an employee seriously injured or killed, what in the hell would the liability be once they sue the city? Is it going to be $24 million? Or is it going to be more? Just wondering. Thank you for the opportunity. And one last comment. I would like to thank the council and the mayor and the rest of the city employees for the opportunity of putting this meeting on so that the public can hear firsthand what's going on and make a decision that way rather than relying on rumor, innuendo, and misleading information. Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing that, Bob.
Patrick Johnson, 1401 Baltimore. I'm new to town.
Would you sign in, sir, please?
Yep, I'll sign in. First question, we're looking at worst case, a $90 upcharge on to provide the plant. And then I saw that the annual cost is going to go up $20,000 a year. So then we're looking at another increase on our sewer bill to cover that, or does the town have that money already?
That additional 87 is what we're showing right now for the O&M cost, estimated to be 110. The council's going to have to find the money, and
the rates adjust almost every year anyway because the cost of things go up. So there is no guarantee that the other costs besides the surcharge will not also continue to go up.
And then what is the council doing to look forward down the road 20 years? I mean, we think this plant's going to last us 40 or 50 years, but are you going to try to save $30 million and put it in the bank for other things in the town that are going to need some major improvements? I mean, I hate to beat on you, but we're sitting here looking at you like we're broke and we're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
But you have to beat on us because that's what we're here for. Secondly, this should have been done a long, long time ago and has not. This council will do something to assure we're going to have funding in the future somehow, some way. whether a benefactor comes through or whatever, we need to do that. And we need to make sure we've got the funds to take care of this project and any other project that comes that has not been addressed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let me give you my singular opinion on the increased operating costs. And this is my opinion only. Right now, Jason spends about $2,500 every 2 to 3 months on enzymes and odor reduction chemicals. That cost should go away. A lot of the maintenance, a lot of the costs that he's doing to replace switchgear, electrical components, on and on and on, the things we've talked about to maintain an old plant should go away. So even though it looks like the plant costs, operating and maintenance will go up, there's a lot of costs that are going to go down. So hopefully that may, yes, it'll be more, but
you will lose.
We're also losing some reoccurring costs that.
But none of us here can actually look you in the eye and say it's going to be a push.
But because this is an enterprise fund, the wastewater facility is responsible for its own revenue and its own expenses. So it's its own business.
This mic is still.
This one?
Yeah, that one right there. I still can't hear very well.
Yes, I
can. So farther back, you're more that mic is
Okay.
Can we all do that?
My name's Tim Escher. I live at 236 South Dakota Street. Some of you are probably kind of cringing to see me stand up here.
Not really.
Actually, a little background. I worked for the city of Hot Springs on the water department for several years. And during that time, we started out, the water department was out with the street department. Somewhere along the line, they decided to move us up to the wastewater department. We had a little building that wasn't even attached to the main plant. Our water equipment, because of the gas and the chemicals that was in the air, we actually lost equipment because it rotted on the shelf. So it was separate from the sewer department altogether. The only question I really want to ask is, I know 20 years ago there was plans drawn up to rebuild this sewer plant. Why are we waiting till now to do it? Yeah. You know, I think it needs to be done. Because, you know, for a lot of them, and I'll tell you what, folks, when you start talking about dumping water, I worked for the city of Fort Pierre, and we dumped the wastewater into the Bad River. And I'll tell you what, the rules and regulations that go along with that are unreal. It's not something that you can just go out because your pond is full and pull the plug and dump water into the stream. It don't work that way. You've got to aerate it, you've got to test it, you've got to clean it, you've got a whole lot of DENR stuff. And I don't know why the city's not getting stuck with more of that now than they are. But I just say that I would say you guys need to go on and push this thing through. At least start the funding. I mean, even if down the road you decide that it ain't worth it, at least you've got your first step done.
I agree.
Let's get it done, guys. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
We appreciate you making those comments. And to answer some of the questions that you folks are thinking, none of us that are sitting here were around 25 years ago. And your council always changes, depending on how the public votes. So if you really want somebody or any particular person who you think is leading you in the right direction, then you please need to talk to them and tell them you want them to run again. If you don't want them, then don't say a darn thing. But that's what it really comes down to, folks. Your council changes, just like your president, your congressmen, your senators. Some of them get things started, then the council will change, and it doesn't proceed.
My name's Mark Sperlich. I'm from 2010 Dorian Road, and I'd like to thank the council for bringing this up and pushing it forward. I think we need to do it. I hate the idea of the price going up, but hopefully we can find some ways of getting some financing done. But the one question I have is, so when this is paid off, can we expect the rates to go back down?
That's actually a really good question. So with the surcharge, you're only allowed to collect it until the loan is paid. So when the state awards the funding, they will essentially set the rate or the surcharge for you. They will check in annually. If the rate was set too high and you're collecting more than what is needed for your debt service on the loan, they will either tell you to lower that surcharge or pay an additional payment on the loan. So there's a chance you could pay this off early, but most of the time, if it's a significant over collection, they'll just have you reduce it so that you still use the full term of the loan. But yes, at the end of the loan, the surcharge goes away. They cannot continue to collect that. So it would drop by $90.
So I'd just like to add to what Dave was saying as far as why wasn't something done before. We've spoken to the fact this conversation should have happened 20 years ago. We weren't around to know why it didn't happen 20 years ago. But it's been obvious. Bill has been on Public Works, Dave's been on Public Works, Craig has been on Public Works. It's been obvious for the last year or two that there's a problem with the wastewater treatment plant. And as we began to looking at, going back, I talked to you about some of the costs in 2014, that this was a conversation, whether it was intentionally avoided or was just oversight, we couldn't not have the conversation anymore. We weren't being fair to you folks if we just didn't address it. So that's why it's in front of you now, is that it's a conversation that is long overdue, and it's a conversation that needs to happen. And I appreciate all you folks for coming out and asking tough questions of us. That's what we're here for. That's what we get the big bucks for. So I appreciate you coming out and doing that. Thank you.
Sir, my name is Joshua Rodestow. I'm at 233 South Dakota Street. I was active duty Air Force for 19 years, and I did water and sewer treatment for the United States Air Force. The guidelines that these people have to follow are so stringent that the water that's going back into your river, if that's the way it has to go, is more treated than the water in the river. You guys have to understand that if we do not treat the water before it goes in the river, we'll be fined. And they said $10,000 a day. How much is that going to increase your bill? Okay? I understand you want to protect your water, but the EPA is there for a reason. They're going to take care of you. Let them take care of us. If there's a catastrophic failure from here to the lagoons, what's our backup plan right now? What do we do if that happens? We don't have one. We don't. Shit's going to roll downhill. It's a joke in every wastewater treatment. It's how they make their money, and it rolls downhill. Where's it going to go? Into your river.
Untreated. Untreated.
My opinion, I say go with it. When am I going to find out how much my bill's going up?
As soon as we talk about financing.
March, April. Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Jeff Larive. I live in Hot Springs.
Me personally, I think that the question of whether we need a new plant or not is not worth discussing. We need a new plant. The engine is blown, it's time to replace it. But the only question is why do we have to discharge the water into Fall River? If the pipeline exists and it's in good condition, why are we bypassing that? What is the gain of discharging the water into Fall River? It's not going to cost any more to pipe it out to the ponds. Mr. Romy has agreed to extend his lease. He's agreed to assign it to his heirs. Discharging the water into Fall River is just foolish, mean-spirited, and short-sighted. Whatever, bro. Thank you very much.
Sir,
Mr. Larive,
would you please sign in so we have that information?
So do we know the cost of the lease agreement and the maintenance on the ponds and how much the pumps cost us and the electricity costs those? Do we have a breakdown of what it costs the city to maintain the ponds?
We have been gathering that information, yes.
But we don't have the answer yet.
Tonight?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, it's constantly changing the cost. We have bills that we pay for it constantly, but yes, we can compile that.
You know, an annual amount that we have to cover.
It's not standard because equipment fails.
Right.
Well, it all depends on if we have to pay for new pivots and tires for them, and
There's a lot.
I know that you do once in a while, so you never know from year to year what's gonna cost.
Well, just what the lease is also. You know, I don't know what that is even.
And there's nothing to be said that that lease can't be renegotiated at its expiration. Am I correct?
I've said repeatedly that until council makes a decision tonight where you're going to go, we don't know the specifics of what that agreement needs to be. It will happen. We're not avoiding it. There's the right time to have the discussion. It's not tonight, as far as what the new agreement will look like.
Greg?
I have about 3 different comments that I'd like to make. I'm Greg Gunwald, longtime resident, property owner on Doran, business owner. But here's some questions that I have. There's $5.3 million in wastewater at the end of 2024. There was $4 million last year. There was 2017, there was 3.9. Are we not digging into that? And then every year it seems like we give out some money. We give money to the golf course and the Evans Plunge because they're short money, and we're giving money out of wastewater and also the solid waste. We got $10 million between water fund, wastewater, and solid water. So why are we going to increase $90 on all these residents when we've got $10 million in the bank at the end of last year?
That's not a true statement. Those are assets. That's total assets. There's about $700,000 in the wastewater fund right now, cash in the bank. That's nowhere near 10 million.
These are your published records.
Yeah, but that's not cash in the bank. That's telling you the value of the business as a whole, including its capital assets.
Is what it says.
Yep, that includes its capital
But then
assets.
here's the other thing. So Hot Springs actually, the water company was separate from the sewer department. Hot Springs actually bought the water treatment from the water company. It was called Hot Springs Water Company. It was out of Arizona. They owned the sewer. Hot Springs bought it. There we go. We get into the 80s. We get a mayor called Joe Lux. Joe Lux knows that, hey, we need this new $10 million facility. He's like, hey, we're going to add on a little bit to the bill because this is crazy. The city council voted it. It went in and they added a little bit to the wastewater then. I don't know, 10 years ago, I got this from a city employee that it actually went in front of the city council that they needed the money because the general fund was low. And so they pulled that money out, never to replace it. Is that not true? This was like 10 years ago.
I've been with the city for 11 years, and I don't recall council
it
ever
happened
voting
12
to...
years ago.
Oh.
It was in between Cheryl and you, and I think his name was Harley. Does anybody know that?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, and then final question is $90, 1,000 resident homes. 30-year payments. Building's gonna last 30 years. Are we gonna tack on $120 in 30 years for the next facility? So what are we doing now to make sure that that doesn't happen again and again?
It would be additional user fees.
Yeah.
It's an enterprise fund. So those of you that ask that have a problem with the addition today, if we were building for tomorrow's problem, it would be doubled, at least.
But maybe this would also be for the city council to say, we can do this one on the sewer, like adding a sewer fee, right? But maybe we need to increase the tax in the city 0.5% to be able to accommodate the next one, so that the little kids that are getting ready to grow up, that they don't have this on their shoulders at a city meeting. That might be something to consider.
Yeah, as an enterprise fund, it has to have its own operational expenses. Taxes, like property taxes, are not designated to pay for wastewater expenses. So it operates as its own singular business model.
And then do we still have the CDs and all of that in sewer? Because there's CDs that...
There are debt service reserve funds that are required to service our existing debt.
Okay. And those are in CDs in the banks?
They're in bonds.
Bonds, okay. All right, that's all I have to say. And I would really like it if we could stop talking about Fall River, because I don't want to get up again. Fall River is what makes Hot Springs what it is, right? So we don't want it in Fall River. I don't care if it goes to Romy's Ranch and let him do his cow thing, or it goes down to the Cheyenne, but people come into our town and they look at Fall River and the residents and everything that's through here. We don't want any part of that. And I don't think anybody wants it in our river. You know, the plunge, we decided to dump extra chemicals in the plunge, and what did it do? It wound up taking away some of our goldfish. I would hate that to be a kid, or hate that to be something that happens, catastrophic event, that something happens to one of our residents along the river. So I would prefer it go to Romy's, but if we have to, keep it out of Fall River. Thank you.
Did you sign in, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's come up a couple times, so I just want to address it. People are asking what the council is doing now for, these future projects that are going to come up. And your rates already have an automatic increase of 2.5% each year for 3 years up until 2027. And so I just want to point out, because I do a lot of these projects, like I said, I've got 150 I'm administrating, not every community takes the takes the action of doing an automatic increase on their sewer rates every year. Not everybody has the wherewithal to answer to the public on having an automatic increase. So even though 2.5% might not seem like that much, that type of an increase is usually the least impactful to the users. At the end of it, they can handle that each year. So it's not like you're not taking any action because you've got an automatic increase built into your rates.
Thank you.
Not anymore.
My name is Sarah Peterson. I live in Hot Springs. This is very eye-opening to me, the danger that is being posed to everybody that lives in Hot Springs. It's scary, and it needs to be done. This needs to be fixed. And as far as the river goes, I am not going to stop talking about this because this is spring water. This is the purest water, and we have watercress growing in the river. And watercress only grows in a pristine water source. And it has a unique ecosystem too, because it's spring water. And we cannot ruin that. Even if you take everything out of it, that's it, we just can't alter it. We can't play God. We have a treasure here, and it is sacred.
Ma'am, would you please sign in? Please sign in.
Just as an aside, I don't believe the Evans Plunge is using any chemicals anymore and haven't for several years.
Right.
Bromine.
Somebody just said not true.
Hi, Rajni Lerman. I'm in Hot Springs, 337 South 5th Street. I'm a business owner. I'm also a volunteer naturalist. I'm actually doing water quality monitoring in Fall River. I'm glad I had the insight to start doing that as I'm volunteering for the state so that we will have records of now what I finished this year and will be continuing next year. So I just want to, just let us know that we're paying attention and we're monitoring that. I have some questions that were sort of addressed, but I am just not clear. So one of my questions was about this permit that expired in 2017. And I know you guys have mentioned a few times, well, yeah, it's coming down the pike. And then at one point you mentioned they do permitting every 5 years. So how can we get clarity? Who makes the decision about when those permits are issued? Is that up to the city to get the permit, or who decides?
It's not the city, it's really dictated by the state. All municipalities throughout the country that have an NPDES permit, and it's required probably by law in every state or even the federal government that it's renewed every 5 years. The reason why we really can't give you a specific date or timeline, we're just kind of told it's imminently coming, is just that's what we hear from the state. A lot of different states that I work in, there's always delays like this. They require cities and engineers to be on time to apply or reissue for a permit, but then they might take 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 years to renew that permit. But it is coming. It's just a matter of timing. It's hard to give you an exact date.
The state's doing you a huge favor by not having it. The minute you approve it, it gets approved. You're out of compliance, correct?
Yeah.
That means that if they approve it, your $10,000 a day letters are coming. So by them not approving it, seeing that you're working towards the process, they're doing you a huge favor. If they approve it, you're into getting the letters about $10,000 a day. How are you going to fix it? What are you going to do?
Right, but if we spend the money now and then they come in.
They already know what the requirements are because EPA has told us.
So we're in communication throughout the facility planning process with the state. So we'll send like, hey, this is what we think are projected flow and loads. Can you give us what you're putting together for the permit, or give us expected effluent limits? And then that's how we base our recommendations off of in the facility plan. So we're in contact with the state as well. So we're not just guessing. I mean, there is communication with the state.
And so you're taking in consideration the flow of our river, because I can understand, you mentioned several times that a lot of cities have used this and it's pretty common, but Fall River is much smaller than most bodies of water.
Yeah, the state, they typically look at dilution, so there'll be like a dilution rates. That's a very good question and comment. Obviously, it's a very big river, it's a very small flow you're adding, then there's kind of a dilution credit. But like you said, the Fall River, you're saying it's relatively smaller. So they do take that into consideration in their permitting for.
But you guys took that consideration for this plan, this proposed plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other question is, several people have brought up, the idea of, using, obviously we need to do something, but using, instead of it going into the river, using the land. I'm a little confused, like why we're waiting for that, to talk about that, so the money can get approved first, even though we might do something else instead of the system that they're proposing today?
No.
We still need to do the improvements.
Council will decide tonight whether they're going to move forward with the funding request or not. If they do move forward with the funding request, then there is the option of discharging into Fall River. I understand that is not what we want to see happen. But if it does, then that needs to be part of the conversation, in my mind, to do our due diligence on behalf of the city of what option we're going to take. Are we going to continue going to the ponds, or we're going to, discharge to the river? So at that point, then I can sit down with Gary and Sharon and the city and say, okay, here's the direction we know council wants to go. How does that work with the agreement? Again, I'm not opposed to having the conversation.
We still need to do the wastewater treatment facility.
Absolutely. We need to have the agreement.
Confused that if it's a different cost, like how you're coming up with a certain cost based on this proposal. No.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the improvements that are needed are common, I guess, to the Fall River project and what is just needed to bring the, plant out of disarray. And there are secondary standards that are going to be applied in the new permit, even if you go to groundwater discharge. They're not exactly the same, but a lot of them are common improvements between the two.
Okay.
So costs won't be that different.
Okay.
So Rajni, being respectful of time.
Yeah.
You're at 6 minutes, and we're still into city questions. And I'm confident there's a lot of folks from Fall River that are going to want to ask their questions. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. I just
Okay.
want to make sure that there's going to be another opportunity to discuss the options.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else from the city?
My name is Paul Kennedy. I live at 1401 Blue Jay Drive, Hot Springs. A couple of things. The numbers are pretty alarming. $10,000 a day. 3 1/3 months is $1 million. That's a pretty big fine. You had mentioned, this young lady had mentioned two things. She mentioned $90 per resident, and I think you meant per resident.
Yes, per resident per month, for both places.
Per household, wasn't that, Jennifer?
Sorry,
Per household.
Yeah.
Okay. The idea, I can't get past the idea of using the direction that we're doing right now and using the ponds versus anything going into the river. It isn't just Fall River. I don't think we're being fair to Cheyenne River and people downstream of it. I think the fines, if we did something abnormal to where we were discharging and we had some substandard, I think the fines from the EPA may be way worse than $10,000 a day. The potential for that. We don't want to deal with the feds here on our sewer problem. So, yeah, my wife and I are on a fixed income. The $90 amount makes us gulp a little bit, but the fact that the facility is in such disarray, we don't need a little mini Chernobyl on our hands here either. Finally, I have 48 years of experience in construction. Half of that was running work, and I was in charge of crews. Now, I'm pretty alarmed at what this gentleman and his coworkers seem like they're putting up with daily. Frankly, if I had put my employees in harm's way, I would have been borderline thrown in jail for what I'm hearing these guys might be involved with. Thank you.
Anyone else from the city? We've got someone coming down.
You can raise that up.
You can pick up the mic if you want.
Hi, I'm Bruce Flagg, and I live at 902 Galveston Avenue. None of us can deny that we need to do something. But I have a small piece of property on Custer that infrastructure goes through, that 8 mile of piping. They've got it already completed, okay? And now it's in litigation. If anybody thinks here that this is not going to go into litigation if it gets dumped into that river, they're sadly mistaken. Sadly mistaken. And who's going to pick up the litigation? The city? You know, take that into account, because I never heard any of that tonight. All I heard is a little bit of peeping over there about Custer. Well, it's in litigation right now. You know, that's something that we should think about too, because that all falls back on the taxpayer. So it's something to think about, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we've got somebody else from the city.
All I need is charger. Just a couple quick comments. There is not a...
Name and address, please.
Oh, Rich Olstead, 2033 Lincoln. There is no pumping cost from the city to the lagoons. It's all gravity fed. So once the water leaves the treatment plant, there isn't any difference in cost going into the river or going to the lagoons, because it's all downhill, okay? The commercial, what are the commercial accounts going to pay? Right now they pay $2 a thousand on sewer fees. I hear what the residents are going to cost us $90. What are the commercial rates going to do, or how are you going to charge the commercial accounts, or is the residents paying for everything and the motels and stuff don't pay anything?
So Jennifer, it looks like you have something you want to say?
I can address that, sure. I did. So when I figured that impact to users, it was straight across the board for 1,625 users. That included, I think, 499 commercial users, and it made the assumption that you wouldn't do a tiered system or a separate surcharge for commercial. But at the time of approving, if you approve to go forward with an application, and if you approve whatever loan you receive for this, you'll be required to do what's called a surcharge resolution. In there, you can designate, you can do a tiered structure where, you know, if people use less than 1,000 gallons in a month, they have a smaller surcharge, or if you want to do something different for commercial, you can certainly do that, and, you know, we can assist you with that process. So this is assuming you apply a flat surcharge across all users, and that didn't include the commercial users. A total of 1,625 users was used in that calculation.
Okay, to the lawsuit in Custer, they did all the work. They put the piping out to French Creek to discharge the water, and there was a lawsuit in the works and was filed why they were still putting the pipe in. So don't go spend a bunch of money and get involved in a lawsuit. It's in federal court right now. I know one of the guys that's involved in it. So let's not get involved in a lawsuit, because we're going to spend a lot of money on lawyers on that kind of deal. I guess I'd like to know, and we talk about the limits. We've never had to, you're not clear about what the limits are to dump into the river and what the limits would be to go to the ponds. And then I'd like to know if the cost differences, because you guys have two options on the table: discharge into Fall River, discharge into Cheyenne. You have not looked at the cost of discharging to the ponds.
So the existing system, I mean, trickling filter, it can do secondary treatment standards. So I think it's like 30 BOD, 30 TSS would be to go to for irrigation to the ponds. The addition when you go to the river is an added ammonia limit. which is further secondary treatment, and then dissolved oxygen. So we have to add DO before it gets into the river. But yeah, back to your question, the current system is able, so it would really just be rehabbing the existing wastewater treatment plant.
For less than 28 million?
So yeah, a lot of the same improvements are going to be included in that. It's going to be around that, maybe a little bit less. So that, yeah, could look into that further to get a more detailed number, but a lot of the improvements are common between the two.
And then my final comment is, if we're discharging to the ponds and we have a failure, it goes to the ponds. We're not going to get fined $10,000 a day for dumping into the river. Something to think about. Thank you.
Deborah Lackey Haig, 1718 Wilson Avenue. And I've just been listening. I have done a little research, and it's kind of...
You have to get next to the mic.
Why wouldn't there be some kind of assessment done on the ponds? I mean, if you're bringing these people in to give some assessments, why wasn't anything done in foresight to prepare for what costs would also include for repairing and making sure that water drainage to the ponds is taken care of? Because there are water treatment systems that are better than this. There just are. I mean, this is kind of branded the cheapest solution, you know, being presented to us. And yes, we live here, and we might have to bite it a little bit and put in a decent system, which includes what we, you know, our ponds. Because we are growing, we have to accommodate the growth and think further in the future instead of a quick fix. Because I agree that a lawsuit's absolutely comes with these people that are giving us this proposal. And we can't touch our water. I mean, just like was brought up, we have, our lifespan here is limited. We have to think about the future here. And there are alternatives to this. Better, clean, eco-friendly alternatives to water treatment. And we might as well start now. We might as well start now with something decent that's going to benefit our community as it grows for its life cycle, not just temporary quick fixes that might involve future lawsuits. And the idea that we have people working at a plant right now where their life's in danger every day is not acceptable. It just flat's not acceptable to anybody here. I can't believe anybody thinks that's acceptable, that somebody's putting their life at risk every day just so that we can treat our sewer. So I really think more thought and community participation needs to be considered because we all care about this. We all do. And we have some very smart people in our community. And we need to utilize that more. And listen more to the community because the community, I know, because I've been listening to, wants the best for our community. We want the best. And we also have to consider the people in our community because I happen to be one of the more affluent community members here. I've lived here most of my life. We have to think about the people who aren't quite as affluent because that $90 a month, that's food or gas for someone. A lot of people are working 2 or 3 jobs just to survive here. That's not fair. I'm retired, I've already done it. And then we have to do better for our younger people coming up. It just has to be better. We have to think it out further ahead. This is too short term. This is just a Band-Aid. This is a Band-Aid for something that could really get bad. Thank you.
Please sign in, ma'am.
I did.
I'd like to make a comment to that. I agree with what you're saying, but we have council meetings twice a month. We get 3 or 4 people in this auditorium, and nobody comes and talks to us about problems. So we need more people to come to the council meetings and make comments.
I agree. I watch all your council meetings on
Well, we
YouTube.
need people to show up here and comment on stuff.
Exactly.
I don't consider this a Band-Aid.
So there have been quite a few comments concerning the environmental component of this. I do just want everybody to know that both the funding applications, the DANR programs, and the community development block grant programs require a complete environmental review, and those environmental reviews would have to pass essentially before any grant or loan can be awarded to the project. So what that means is there's several different environmental agencies that have to be consulted with. It includes U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Game Fish and Parks, NRCS, State Historical Preservation Office, surface water, groundwater, drinking water programs through DANR, air quality, solid waste. Anyway, all of those environmental agencies are brought in to comment on this project through the application process, and there will be an opportunity for the public to comment on the publications for that. And for those who have serious concerns about the environmental components of this project, it's really imperative that you provide comments when that opportunity arises.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. Public or city?
Kind of. Oh, Don.
Back to the growth potential. Will this handle 400 to 500 homes in the next 30 years? Don Olstead, planning, zoning, a resident, owner, whatever. What'd you put in this thing?
I'm trying to remember. I can look back into the report. We have a copy. It was more population based, like a percent growth population, like a compound growth of population over 20 years.
Because we have shrunk.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the 84 numbers from the lagoons out there, we're putting less water out there.
Yeah.
Some of it has come from efficiencies. You know, this came during the low flush toilets and all that stuff, and shower heads and all that. But so you don't have a.
Well, so we actually did consider that. I think we looked at 1% growth, and I think even that's conservative because, like you're saying, we have shrunk. It is interesting because the plant currently is, the capacity of it, the treatment capacity is totally big enough to handle the flow and load that you have now. And it's actually to a point where it's too big, where a lot of this H2S generation is being caused by that. So yes, you're right. It has shrunk, but even when we're planning, we still want, we're trying to figure out how much growth we need to account for.
You won't have a lot because, as you see, we're in a valley here. We have very limited spaces to put any additional homes for any additional users in the area. And when you bump up against our borders and where we're at and where we can go, we have a lot of systems that are in place that are on site with small homes and stuff. If you look at the north end of town, we've got a bunch of stuff that's got deed restrictions on them. Won't let them cut them to less than 30 acres.
Sure.
We had our opportunity at one time, as you probably all remember, when they were going to run Wind Cave in here. And now they're on a lagoon system out there because that got whacked. But it's just a little historical perspective that that's where we're at. We have shrunk, but as you have some in there, I would hope that we have room for 400 or 500 in an area or two if it's available based on what we're looking at now, but that might be a stretch.
Right. And I can look up in the report, but
not real critical. I just want to know that you didn't really shoot for the moon.
No.
We can't go very far in this valley.
And that's what we try not to shoot for the moon because, we're not trying to have you guys pay for capital costs now that growth that might not happen. So I think in this case we did shoot pretty low for the growth, but we still think it's pretty
I think
conservative.
we're gonna see growth, but users might be a problem.
Yeah,
I'm afraid we're gonna see growth, personally.
sure,
But
okay.
the users might be a problem, the increase in numbers of volume.
Okay.
And it's to the council, thank you. It's to the council, this looks like, for some of us old guys, history repeating itself. Before '84, the wastewater went into Fall River.
It did.
We had a plant that had the headworks that was outside the building in a separate area. But my point is, I watched councils in the late 70s and early 80s every month paying consulting fees, and we never got anything. This has been a much better presentation and a way to approach this than it was prior to '84. Thank you.
Don, would you
Thank you,
please
Don.
sign in?
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Anybody else from the city? Okay. Who wants to be the first from Fall River?
Thank you.
Watch out for this guy.
And we still need to document name and address, please.
Sound like I'm dangerous. I'm Gary Romy. I'm the one that takes all the shit off you guys for 40-some years. So 40 years ago, I was approached about this thing, and they told me at that time that it would be a win-win for everybody. And so far to this point, it has been a win-win for me. It's been a good position for me. It's been good for the city. At that time, I was told that once the infrastructure was put in, it would save the city hundreds of thousands of dollars of operating costs. Has that changed? That's for the engineer's question. What would be the difference of the structure you're putting in, dumping into Fall River, versus the structure you'd put in to come out here? Because 40 years ago, it was a significant difference.
I mean, I would have to imagine it'd be something to do with the effluent limits. I don't know what they would have been back then. I can't imagine they would have had ammonia limits into the creek, so it's hard to know.
Yeah, I don't know why it would have changed, because that's why they built this multi-million-dollar structure years ago, because it was saving them hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in operating costs. My next question for you is, you have stage 1 of dumping the Fall River, stage 2 of dumping in the Cheyenne. Where was stage 3 of treating it, building a facility, and dumping into the irrigation? Why was that not an option?
So, yeah, it's not stage 1 and 2. It was just, we just talked about, whether it's the Fall or the Cheyenne, because there's going to be obviously additional piping to get down to the Cheyenne. I mean, backing up, when we started this facility plan, we were basically just asked, I think the city wanted an option to have control, complete control on the discharge end. So that's what we ran those alternatives with.
Okay, let's talk about control. I have a contract that states goes on to my heirs. If something happens to me, my heirs are responsible for continuing to irrigate. My land will be preserved for 2 generations. It will never be developed. It will be there. I have heirs coming in to take this over. I have a contract saying that the heirs will take over. I'm not there. I have a contract saying I have to use this water. So why is the control an issue? I think they have control.
Yeah, I guess I would say maybe things could change. I don't know if that's a guarantee or not. I mean, we were asked to basically provide an option for a surface water discharge, just to provide that. So I guess I can't speak to how much control or isn't or isn't. I mean, that sounds like a lot of, good things to hear, that's going to happen for a long time, but that's what we were asked to do from the city, so.
So to answer your question directly, Gary, that's not on AE2S, that's on the city. That's on myself. It's on the conversation that we had with AE2S during the Public Works meetings, that we just wanted to make sure that regardless of what happens in the future, that the city had control of the process. So that's not on them. That's on me, that's on Public Works, that's on the city.
I apologize then. So I wanted to tell you that I was ready to sign a contract. I'd sign a contract tonight for another long-term period. I have heirs coming in that will take over when I'm not here. Hopefully I'll live to be 100 years old and you have to deal with me for 30 more years. But I have heirs coming in to take over, and it's essential to my operation to continue this. My number one concern is that you never dump into Fall River. Whether I get the irrigation or not, I will fight you tooth and nail to dump into Fall
River. So it's obvious that dumping into Fall River is not something anybody's in support of. And evidently I haven't said it right or whatever, but I've said repeatedly that we need to have the conversation. We need to figure out what the right fit is for you and what the right fit for the city is. And I remember telling you personally that it's in your best interest and it's in the city's best interest to do that. But that conversation will happen. It just wasn't going to happen before tonight until council knew what direction they were going to go.
Yeah.
I don't know how to provide you any more reassurance than that. We hear you. You don't want it in Fall River. But that discussion needs to happen. Give us an opportunity to have the discussion. We hear you.
Well, I'm here to tell you that I'm ready to sign a contract. You will never have any problem with the heirs. There would be no problem with this at all. The infrastructure out there, the lagoons, the pipeline, the pivots, everything is in excellent condition. The pivots are in great condition. They do not need to be replaced. We replaced 3-4 valves on the top of the ground last year that were 40 years old. I don't foresee any expenditures out there as far as upgrading the system. It's ready to roll. And I'm willing to work with you and go on.
Thank you.
Okay?
I think
easy to deal with, but do not dump it forward.
I think that's really great to hear, Gary. I'm glad all your equipment is up to par, and because I didn't know how old your equipment was out there. I haven't been out there to see it. I think I've seen your irrigation running from time to time, but I wasn't involved with it, but I'm glad that your equipment is up and running and that you're keeping it up.
We did replace the pivots about 20 years ago, I believe, because the first pivots put out did not have proper galvanization to them, and we replaced that. But the new pivots nowadays will withstand 30, 40, 50 years of irrigation. There should be no problem with them.
Cool.
You do not see the pivots that the store water goes through?
I probably don't, because I haven't even seen the lagoons either.
Yeah, anybody that wants to come see them, I recommend. For 40 years I've irrigated and really nobody ever knew where the effluent went. It just disappeared. So.
I didn't even know they existed on your property.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Okay.
And I used to live by you.
Yeah.
All right.
Any other questions for me?
Went the tour?
Okay.
Yeah. Anytime you want to come look, I'd love to. I'm proud of the whole thing. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Gary.
Is it on? Okay. This is going to be a little bit of redundancy. I'm like the invisible partner to Gary.
Closet wife.
Sharon Romy. And I just wanted to say a couple things. One is that for 40 years, I think we've had a good faith partnership with the city. And I would like to commend my husband because of the fact that most people in town didn't know what happened with the effluent water. Because he was out there working hard to use it and make beautiful crops and beautiful farmland and raise beautiful children on our property. So I do thank the people who work for the city, who've worked with us and partnered with us on keeping that going. It is a thing of pride. It's, to me, it was the very beginning of being environmentally conscious in this area. It was a whole new thing. People were surprised. They were invigorated at the idea of building this and irrigating with the water and not dumping it into Fall River. So the two things, one is we didn't even find out this was a conversation until we read about it in the paper. And that goes back to that good faith partnership. We were blindsided. And to say I'm a little emotional about that, I shouldn't be. But we felt like we were great partners, and I don't think that was the right way for partners to hear this conversation was happening. That's number one. The second thing is I have heard a rumor that it was told to people that we had said we weren't going to renew the contract. Never have we said that. Why would we? It's always been something that we just kind of projected for, and you need to understand, we're investing, we're buying seed, planting crops based on years of production, and it's a huge investment when we put that money in the ground. And for us to find out in the newspaper it might be ending was a big surprise. So I just want to throw that out, that you need to understand there was never a consideration on our part to end what we're doing. We've been working for the future to continue it. If it doesn't happen, that's fine. City's going to do what it wants to do. But then I'm going to put my other hat on. Everybody who lives on Fall River was supposed to get a letter. I didn't get a letter. I live on Fall River. My kids swim in the river. My grandkids tube down the river. We fish in the river. We eat what we fish. And I talk to people up in Rapid City or below Rapid Valley where the treatment is, and that watershed is not the same. And your engineers can say whatever they're going to say, but it is not the same. And please don't ruin my river. We are Fall River County, Hot Springs, South Dakota. It's a thing of pride. And don't ruin Cheyenne River. Keep it and do what you can, whatever it is. If you build your own lagoons, whatever it is, please protect our river.
So, if I may, I need to respond to one comment that was made. The very first thing I'd asked you folks when you got here is, how many of you have read the plan so that you could have an informed decision and not base your opinion on what somebody said, that somebody said, that somebody said, that somebody said? So the statement was just made that the rumor was that you folks did not want to renew the agreement. Gary, you and I had a brief conversation. I hope you got from that conversation that I was being as honest with you as I could in the moment. I can assure you that I never made that statement, that you folks did not want to renew the agreement. I would be surprised that anybody from the city of Hot Springs made that comment, because there weren't a lot of folks that were aware that you and I had that conversation. There was one other person in the meeting, but that's what is particularly frustrating with small communities, is people will hear a rumor and take it as fact. It would have been very easy to approach me or someone and say, Bob, from the conversation that you and I had, did you tell somebody that I didn't want to renew this agreement? That did not happen. I assure you it didn't happen with me, and I'm 99.94%, I'm ivory sure it did not come from the city. And if it did, I would ask you to let me know, and I'll have that conversation, because it never should have come from the city. So I just need to put that out there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Petra Wilson, and I own 2 properties on the Fall River. I have one comment and one question, and I'm also a small business owner here in Hot Springs. My one comment is, please don't dump the treated water from the plant into the Fall River. Please figure out what we can do to put them into the Romy ponds. And then the second thing I have is I have a question. So AE2S was here representing and telling us what the plan is. That's Advanced Engineering and Environmental Services. My question is, what other wastewater engineering environmental engineers have you reached out to besides AE2S?
None.
Okay, I was sitting here while they were talking, and I just pulled up a Google search. There are 7 others in the area. There's Dakota Environmental Consultants out of Huron. There's West Plains Engineering out of Rapid City. There's Crothers Engineering out of Brookings. There's Cove Engineering and Consulting out of Yankton, and there's Aaron and Swan Associates out of Pierre. There's also Sherrier Engineering out of Belfouche. I think we need to get more than one opinion here.
Okay?
That's all I have.
So,
None of those engineers that she just listed are on DANR's approved list for engineering for this type of project. Those are environmental engineers, and these guys are professional engineers, so just want everybody to understand the difference.
Jennifer, could you restate that, because your first words were kind of soft?
So none of the engineering firms that she just identified are on DANR's approved engineers list for this type of project.
Thank you.
So then am I understanding what you're saying correctly, that DNR would not accept the facility plan from an engineer that's...
None of those engineering firms do this type of a facility plan. Those are environmental engineering firms, so they would handle things like if you were required to do maybe archaeological services, if you were going to do a long section of line in an area that's been undisturbed, if you need to do an 8-step that is sometimes required by the CDBG funding, if the appropriate number of comments come in on the environmental review publication, you would have to probably do an 8-step that sometimes requires some type of mitigation. That's the type of engineering firm that she just identified. They're not none of those are like the professional engineering firms that are listed. There are other engineering firms. You've got DGR, HDR, KLJ, your alphabet soup of engineers, but none of those are on the list.
Would it be true to clarify that you have to pay for these? They're not free, so that would be additional added costs. So if they're licensed engineers and they're approved by DANR, there's no reason to spend more of your money on other...
Correct. So, the city has the option of doing an RFP or an RFQ, a request for proposal or a request for quote for engineering services, but you are not required to do so. But you are required to use an approved engineering firm that is on DANR's list for this type of facility plan, and it's less about the facility plan as it is about the design engineering. DANR has a limited staff. They have engineers, professional engineers that review it. They don't have time to teach people how to do the job.
Yeah. And I don't want to misspeak to Petra's question. What I'm taking from it is, why did we only seek input or a plan from one engineering firm? And
Thank you.
in my mind, it's because we have dealt with AE2S on a number of other projects. They have proved themselves to be credible, to provide a quality product that we trust, that we have faith in. But to the greater point, why wouldn't you go out and get another engineering firm to do it? So we get two of them, and now they're completely opposite in what their recommendation is. And maybe one of them's a little less expensive than the other. So then do you hire a third firm to see whether they come in and agree with one of the two that you've already had? You can start chasing your tail at the tune of $58,000 a study to end up right where you were to begin with. A firm that you've partnered with on many other studies that have proven themselves to be credible, and that we trust the quality of their work. That's why we hired AE2S off of the list of approved firms. We know their track record, and they've provided quality products for us. So I don't know if that answers your question, satisfies your question, but that's why we're where we're at. Thank you.
I want to thank the board members. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Can you share your name and address,
My
please?
name is Randy Rustad, and I'm new to the area. You probably don't know me. A year and a half ago, I purchased 3.5 acres from Joe Allen, and that 3.5 acres borders the water treatment plant. I am directly across the river, so I see it every day. So my wife and I live in Salem, Oregon, and we bought this land for the purpose of retiring and having a home here. We enjoy the area, love the country. So I'm going to say the best thing that anyone's heard all night. I'm going to be brief. Thank you. I have a question, and I want to draw attention to Table 3.3 in the design flows and loading section of this proposal. And there are numbers that are on that table, and if you add those numbers up in total, it is 1,647 pounds. Now, I'm kind of a nerd, so I have a lot of information on what this is. If you want to see me after the meeting, I'll be glad to share my information with you. But that 1,647 pounds is BOD. It's TSS. It's ammonia. And it's phosphorus. And these items will be discharged, the effluent, into Fall River if we use this proposal. In addition to those numbers, that table also includes a 1% increase over the next 20 years, which will add another, read my writing here, 329 pounds. So by the end of year 20, this table shows 1,976 pounds of those chemicals, well, that's the wrong word, solids, ammonia, phosphorus, that will be injected into the river. So I believe that in doing so, even if those numbers meet the EPA standards, which I'm sure they do, because otherwise they wouldn't be on that table, that will severely affect Fall River. And I purchased this property, now this is my narcissistic side, I purchased this property because of that river. I looked at lots of property in this area. And every time I looked at one property, I was pulled back to this property on Fall River. And it would break my heart if we started discharging this effluent into Fall River when we already have a working solution. That's all I have. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Did you sign in, sir?
Oh, thank you.
Do the timer?
Yeah.
You got the timer?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just a second. Everett?
I just want to make one comment. I believe he was referring to the influent loadings. Was it?
It's whatever that, yeah.
Yeah, so.
It's not the influent, it's the effluent.
No, so table 3-3, design flow and loads, that's the influent. So that's the average flows, BODs.
Can I see that? Can I see it here? Because I thought I studied that very closely.
This is influent flows. Influent loadings. That's existing.
I don't see the word influent here.
I'm going to just go ahead and speak while they're going over math over there. Everett Dossie, I live off of Fall River Road. I want to bring up something that hasn't been mentioned here, which is the largest problem that we face with groundwater or wastewater that's not being thought about before you decide to pump into Fall River, and that's microplastic.
Well, I don't see it here
So
where it
right
says
now, the
either
cost
or.
to clean up microplastic on any type of operations runs in the hundreds of millions of dollars. To the point the federal government's looking at how they're gonna fund it for treatment systems like this and for water districts and stuff like that, because it's such astronomical cost that no municipality can afford it. I think that before you decide to reinvent the wheel, which is exactly what these two proposals are doing, because it did not mention the ponds that already exist in the proposals. We skipped over that because somebody decided it was better to skip over it. You really need to rethink about what you're gonna put into Fall River. Okay? I've sat here all night and listened to everybody dance around questions and stuff like that, and no direct answers on it, other than it's cleaner than the water going in. So if you're gonna pump it into Fall River, I hope I see the engineers and everybody here down there drinking the water before it goes into Fall River. Because that's what you're doing to everybody else downstream. As my dad would have said, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. That's all I got.
I'm Mike Ortner, guest resident of Fall River for the last 47 years. Long-time ex-county commissioner from 2000-2016. I remember as commissioner, anytime we wanted to do any kind of a major project, one of the first things we would do if we were looking at state funding or state-involved funding was we first contacted our local state legislators to see if we would have their support behind when we would go to DENR or the governor, whoever, for that funding. And I'm just wondering if our legislators have been approached for their support on this at all. And I just don't know.
They have not.
Okay. I do think that when it comes to applying for state assistance, whether it's grant, whatever, forgiveness, whatever, that we should get them involved. I know that our state senator, who's from here, would be very interested in that. And certainly our United States Representative, Dusty Johnson, I think would be very interested in a project like this to get some support on the federal level. Then another area, back in the early 1980s, I first bought property out along Fall River from Mrs. Cott out there, and since I've added more property along the river. The early 80s, when I would go out there and buy my property, the smell on that river was really bad. If you stepped off of the shore into that river, first off, you would go up to your knees in this black, evil smelling stuff. We don't have that anymore. And that's been wonderful. And I would just hope that you would consider the life and the preservation of Fall River. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Kind of buttered up, I just had some major back surgery.
Seem to be moving a little slow. Heal well.
How you doing?
How you doing, Joe?
I just thought I'd like to stand on this side of the mic for a change.
Tell us who you are in case we don't all know.
For the record, name and address, please.
Obviously, I have some concerns or comments about...
Joe, for the record, name and address, please.
Oh, sorry, Joe Allen, 13013 Fall River Road.
Thank you.
I'd just like to reinforce what a lot of comments were tonight. Obviously, I have some concerns about Fall River. 6/10 of a mile runs through the Allen property, and the Allens have lived on that property since the 20s. And not only a ranch operation, but in the last 20 years or so, a campground operation. And I promote our campground with the river, and I encourage people to bring their families and their tubes and their inner tubes and floaties and enjoy that water. Bob, you mentioned something earlier that is what's good for Hot Springs. And I don't want to think we want to forget the hours and the monies that's been spent with South Dakota Tourism, Black Hills Badlands and Lakes, and the efforts through our local Chamber of Commerce and the people that have promoted this water in the Hot Springs area. And to me, it'd be just a shame to do anything to jeopardize that reputation that we have. So I endorse what Mr. Romey and everybody else here tonight has said in protecting that water. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Well, thanks for hanging in there with us. A long meeting. Thanks for allowing us to speak. Can you hear me? Am I close enough?
We can.
Wittenberg, and
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name.
Kim Wittenberg.
Thank you.
So I grew up on the river and came back, moved back, and live on the river now. I just wanted to say I lived here in the early 80s, and I remember coming out when the fish started to die, when there was effluent going in the river then. I know that it's a different situation with the requirements for the effluent now, but I just wanted to mention that. I think there's no question that we need to upgrade or repair our treatment facility for sure, and then we need grant funding to support it. But what I'm going to talk about today, and I did have some slides in the back, and I'm not going to be able to go into detail, but these are the slides that I emailed you all as well. So my concern today is where will the treated wastewater go? And you know, the plan talks about how it would be clean water, and I just wanted to say, and that it wouldn't hurt the aquatic life, but we just can't ensure that the life won't be hurt, because there are just so many limitations with what the treatment plant can do. No matter what kind of water treatment there are limitations. So I just wanted to say that, we talked about, can it fail? Failures and issues can happen, and we've seen it happen here. Also, there is a mention in the plan about the disadvantage of the Fall River, and that it might not be able to assimilate the extra amounts of ammonia and byproduct loads. So I just wanted to mention that. But one thing I wanted to focus on, a few people have mentioned the microplastics, and I wanted to talk about how even when a wastewater plant is working at its very best, and it's a new plant and it's the highest, best model, they are usually not that effective in removing most of the type of what's called emerging contaminants. And I had a list in the slide of several of them, and we talked about how the things that are measured and that EPA requires when they're measuring the type of, the quality of water coming out, nitrogen, ammonia, phosphorus, dissolved oxygens, things like that. It's a handful of things that they're measuring. But what actually comes out in contaminants, you think about what goes into the drain, what are things people put down the drain? It's not just what goes in the toilet, right? Lots of things go down the drain. So there's heavy metals, pathogens, the forever chemicals, PFAS, microplastics, all the drugs people take, hormones, pesticides, plastic additives. I had some notes there, and you know, what are the effects for humans? What are the known effects, the toxic effects for aquatic life? There are many detergents that we use, antimicrobial agents, even automotive chemicals, paint thinners, and a host of chemicals that we don't even know about now. Most of these things are not tested for. And so these are things that are also going in the water. And what does this mean is that we can't remove all the contaminants. And these contaminants are basically pollutants. So they can hurt human health, aquatic life, and other animal health as well. So one of the things we've talked about today, you know, just considering Gary's land and just talking a little bit more about, you know, what is our Fall River and what would it mean to discharge into that. I just want to say one thing we haven't talked about yet is the historic aspect, and that literally for thousands of years the Lakota and the Cheyenne were using this river. And so there's a history behind our river, and literally the town, our county namesake is based on it, and literally our town was founded because of it when Evans came here, and we wouldn't even be here without this river. And we talked about, you know, tubing in it and enjoying, you know, wading through it. And it also, you know, flows into the Cheyenne. It also flows into some of the Angostura Irrigation District. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the risks of actually putting treated effluent into the river, and that even treated sewage will harm freshwater systems, and not just the contaminants that go in it, but also the temperature change. It's one thing that hasn't been talked about today. That does affect aquatic life at all, and it puts humans at risk as well. The contaminants are going in the river. In the slides that I handed out, there are a bunch of comments and quotes from various people, from folks that are leading other efforts in other rivers in the Eastern River, and then also in Rapid City. One of the things I talked about is the permits. The permits are allowing a certain amount of pollution to go in the river, and there's someone from East River that's talking about, you know, this matters. And one person, Mark Perry, superintendent of Sioux Falls, said that he wouldn't feel comfortable swimming or fishing in the river. Permits don't prevent violations. Some areas in South Dakota have had over 1,000 violations over 3 years. And then there are some quotes about some unexpected pollutant studies that were done at the School of Mines, and a resident that lives on Rapid Creek talking about how she has to take a shower shortly after, and it's just not a recreational river anymore at Rapid Creek. And I had a map that I included. It shows that over 10 years ago, nearly 80% of the rivers in South Dakota were already considered impaired. When you talk about what happened in Minnesota, so lots of Minnesota rivers also have effluent going into it. And it's heartbreaking to see the percentage of Minnesota rivers. It's almost 90% of Minnesota rivers are considered impaired. And so there are these standards that EPA puts out. It doesn't mean that it's not going to turn into an impaired river. And if you look at that map, but the Fall River is one of the only rivers. It is a small percentage now that is not impaired. So we need to protect this status. It's something very special. The other thing I really wanted to talk about is something when I talked to the Office of Water and Pier, there's a huge risk for well contamination. So the Fall River flows over the Lakota Formation, and this aquifer it's a sandstone formation. So when rivers cross the sandstone formation, they will usually lose some water, and that means if there is contaminant in that water, those contaminants can end up in the aquifers, which are then feeding the wells for the people who live along the Fall River. That is a huge concern, something I haven't heard mentioned today.
Kim?
Yep.
You're over your 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry. I have 2 pages left. So just wanted to mention.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to yield my time to Ms. Rittenberg.
Oh, you're so sweet.
All right.
Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you. I just wanted to say, a safer, more cost-effective location, one that really should be given proper consideration is looking at what would it cost, what would it take, and adding this to the proposal for Gary's ponds that are already existing there. A backup plan that I heard was talked about a few weeks ago that I included in the slides is looking at using treated wastewater to irrigate the golf course. It's something that should be looked into and explored. It hasn't been. It's something that a lot of folks have been using since the 70s. There's a lot of data on it. One thing that's a plus for that is that the aquifers in the Black Hills are the primary source of drinking water. And in 2025, there's a bunch of articles that came out how they're depleting faster than they're recharging. So the amount of water that is needed to water the golf course is taking a lot of the municipal water. The other plus with that is that the grass itself is actually another layer of filtration before it hits the aquifer. So that's just another thing. So in summary, our town's wastewater treatment facility needs upgrading and repairing, and we need grants to fund it. So the $90, that doesn't include the grants. We need those grants. That's something that is for sure necessary. Wastewater treatment does not and cannot remove all contaminants. If treated wastewater was discharged into the Fall River, the contaminants in it would hurt human, animal, and aquatic health and put our wells at risk. Rivers are not a safe discharge location. A safer, cost-effective option, I think, is probably to continue to use the existing effluent ponds. The golf course irrigation may be a viable backup option. It would reduce usage in our municipal water supply. Our Fall River is the reason our town came into existence. It's what our town is built around. We need to act responsibly about this. The power is literally in our hands, in the future hands. It's up to us to protect and preserve our town's healing, historic, and irreplaceable river. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kim. You had mentioned that effluent water on the golf course has not been considered. It wasn't considered as part of this plan, but Ariel, our city administrator, was involved in a conversation with the golf course folks, and using effluent water at the golf course was brought up. So it's starting as far as the discussion, the practicality of it.
It's all up.
Isn't real favorable when you look at you could use the influent, during golf season, but then what do you do with it, when it isn't needed at the course? The size of the holding ponds that would be necessary. So that conversation is happening. I just want to let you know that after the fact that we're open to all options. We are not laser focused on this and this only and unwilling to listen to anything else. It's a conversation that's evolving.
It would be great to see those options in a plan as well, if that's possible.
Yeah.
Have you shared your handouts with the people?
Yeah, we got them in the email today.
Okay, I hadn't seen it, so I just wanted to make sure that.
Make sure I get one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the other part of that conversation, that I would offer is, we all see, how sensitive everybody is to putting effluent into Fall River. I'm very, very confident that it would be the same amount of pushback or even more if the residents around the golf course, are now notified, oh, by the way, we're going to be watering your backyard, your golf course with effluent water. It's going to be the similar pushback to it. So I just wanted to offer that.
It's a good thing to look at, because putting treated effluent into surface water versus putting it onto a turf that then adds filtration is very different. So there's a lot of literature. That's one thing I would just recommend just taking a look at it, because there are a lot of folks that are using it, especially Arizona and New Mexico, drier areas have been using it for a lot of time. So something to look at.
Okay, so sir, I appreciate you yielding some of your time. She only used 2 minutes of it. So you've got 3 minutes if you would like to, if you feel necessary to.
Just my word.
Yes.
Yes, that one should work, if you can get to it.
I thought that one did shut up.
Let's go over there and sign up.
All right, I will. I just have one question that I'm not clear on. I'm sure we probably covered it, and I just probably didn't hear it right. It has to do with the DNR permit issued in 2012 to 2017. That's a 5-year permit. And then after that, it says it was administratively extended. What does that really mean?
Thank you, Jennifer.
Tracy, AE2S.
I can answer.
I don't know his name.
What is your name, sir?
Name and address, please, for the record.
Dennis Bowker, 13145 Fall River Road.
Thank you.
It was probably just related to them not reissuing a permit. So 2012 to 2017, that's 5 years. There should be a permit issued every 5 years. So that was probably just something to say that we haven't reissued the new permit, but this one is still valid, the 2017 one.
So it doesn't mean that just because the permit expired,
They still
you
have to
shouldn't
follow.
issue another one? Because it's been 8 years
Yeah.
since that was not reissued.
Again, they're doing this.
They should be reissued.
But they haven't been. Any reason for that?
They just take a while. It's the state.
Okay, that's the only question I had, and I still don't know, but thank you so much, and thanks to all the Fall River people and the Cheyenne River people that came here tonight, because this is the absolutely only way you can control what goes on in your country. And you have to vote, and you have to go to public awareness meetings so you know what the hell's going on. Thank you so much, and thank you folks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm probably just one of the few people that represent.
Name and address, please.
Okay, Ed Jensen, Cascade Road. I'm probably just one of the people that represent the rural people that come into Hot Springs that has issues with the sewer plant too, you know. We put up with the smell. And we could see by what the people are saying tonight that the council needs to take in soak it good is they don't want it dumped in the river. That's all that needs to be said to you guys. And representing the county folk is, I'm going to talk a little bit about rates. Rates, there's a sign on the water fill station and that they're covering our water rates. We have our own sewer systems in the country, but we want to, we spend money in town and there's more people moving into the county surrounding area than there is Hot Springs. I checked rates in Edgemont, their water rates are what ours is right now. I believe in raising our rates, but not doubling. Right now, I get paid $2 for 400 gallons. Edgemont's $2 for $420 per gallon, excuse me. I can see raising ours for like $2.75 for 400 gallons. It's almost like you're penalizing the country folk to pay for your sewage. But you're going to say, well, you need the money. That's true. But we spend money in Hot Springs, and we love the town and the country. So I just think the finance department kind of needs to look at the rates for the country folk, not as much as the city folk.
Are you specifically talking about the water fill station
Water fill
rates?
station,
Oh,
yeah.
Is that relevant to this public hearing?
No. That's just our concern. I heard a lot of talk from country folks, you know, that we have to haul our water.
Yep.
We have to pay to get a haul, or we use our vehicles. It costs money for us to keep our expense and take hot water. So it's not like we're getting it all free. But I'd just like to have the city reconsider raising our fill station rates so much.
So that.
By there to see how many people use it.
That's, all right, thank you.
I was lost there for a while.
Mark Winia. I live at 13087 Fall River Road. I own 237 South 20th Street as well as 1946 Baltimore. So essentially I get to pay to pollute my own property if you dump in the river. That does not sit well with me. I have a prepared statement, but I think some questions. I have a little bit of a unique perspective because I have worked at the wastewater plant, and I don't claim to be an expert. I was in charge of the John Deere riding lawnmower. But that took about a day, so I had another 4 days to be at the plant and do things. And I know for a fact in years past when the sewer department was looking to spend money, they would quit washing clarifiers and things like that to make it smell worse. Jason, is that happening? Wow. I'll be direct because that's just kind of how I am.
Not even close.
Okay. If it is, please stop. I don't disagree that the plant needs replaced. I definitely, from when I worked there in the early 90s to when you walk in the door now, yes, it's absolutely not the same place. They talked about the clarifiers being 80 years old. In 2 of the proposals, you are reusing clarifiers. What's up with that?
That's a good question. We do have a significant amount of structural concrete. We're actually making the walls thicker. We actually have costs in there to reinforce the bottom of the clarifier as well. So there is costs in there to rehabilitate those clarifiers.
And as far as there is very little out there in today's world that deals with the PFAS, the microplastics, the heavy metals, and most wastewater plants will not take it out or will take it out in a limited capacity. I definitely, and with Gary there, I will fight putting it in Fall River. I will. Another concern that I have is the city used to jet their sewer mains every year. It prevents roots from making their way in the sewer lines, and it prevents debris from making backups. They don't do that anymore on a routine maintenance setup. They used to exercise their water valves. Every year they had a crew to go do it. They don't do that anymore. And there's a significant amount of their water mains that they can't shut off. I have tapped into a few of them that were 5 gallon a minute leaks, and that is a huge problem. But that brings me to a maintenance concern. When I worked for the sewer department, there was about a dozen guys down there, and granted they put in a lot of their own underground pipes, so that was a crew. But I don't see how they're maintaining their infrastructure now with 3 guys. I don't have a lot of faith that the same 3 guys are going to be able to maintain a complex plant plus all their piping. I mean, because it's not just the plant that the sewer department maintains, it's all the manholes, the water mains, the lagoons out at Maverick. I don't see a history of good maintenance practices that give me a lot of faith that they're not going to be dumping stuff that isn't supposed to be in Fall River if this plan goes through that way. And that's really all I have.
Thank you, Mark. Next.
I'm actually city, and something's been brought to my attention from all this. Can I speak still? After whoever's done with the county?
Yes.
Anybody else?
Doesn't look like it.
You're up.
My name's Kurt Lowe. I'm 310 South 16th Street, fairly new in Hot Springs. Through all this, I've heard something that's concerning. One, no one has spoken to anybody, any state and federal legislators about this project and getting money to take it off, the burden off the taxpayer. This isn't the first time. My significant other sitting over there, she lives on Valley View Road. The city tore up that whole road, and now the last I heard, they were going to try to make a handful of people pay, what, $500 a month to fix that road? She's on a fixed income, okay? And that's like another mortgage. Now, and I found out that no one spoke to any state or federal legislators to try to see if they get on board to help get some money. So she doesn't have to go broke paying for that road. Now we have another issue. Now this water treatment plant, yeah, it needs to be replaced. But I'm troubled to find out no one talked to any state or federal legislators about that to get them on board to try to get some money. I don't know if anybody remembers, years ago, there was the Bridge to Nowhere in Alaska. A federal legislator got millions of dollars for a bridge that went nowhere. Surely some money can be gotten for this. Surely. And nobody's talked to nobody? I mean, I'm astounded. This is 2 projects now. And my girl over there, she's looking at $600 a month now. She's on a fixed income. Why haven't y'all talked to any legislators? I don't understand. It makes no sense to me. That's just what I wanted to say. I don't understand why you're not stepping out of bounds and talking to someone to get some more money in here. So people like Joe over here isn't paying $600 extra a month on a fixed income. It doesn't make sense.
So to speak to that specifically, again, until the council decides what they're going to do tonight, if they don't move forward with requesting funding from the state, there's no need to talk to any legislators because we're not going to be seeking any funding. If council decides that they want to move forward and seek that funding, then I would agree with what Mike's saying. I would agree with what you're advocating for. At that point, we know that we're going to need assistance, so we'll have those conversations.
But you can still set the groundwork if you know this is going to have to happen. You can still touch base. You know, that's where I'm coming from.
We're going through the steps right now to do that.
So the state legislators vote on the omnibus bill every year, which is what funds these programs. So you're not going to get a direct appropriation from the state legislature for this project. I mean, you can certainly ask, but it's not really an option. They'll say, we fund these programs, go apply. We have staff who will evaluate your application, will evaluate all projects based off of where your rates are, what your median household income is, how poor we think you are. Those types of things. So, and reasonableness of rates. I think the public has kind of lost sight of the fact that this is a funding application. It doesn't say that you're going to have to take on $14 million worth of loan. You know, there is principal forgiveness, there is these other grant programs that can subsidize that. You could end up with up to 60% subsidy through these programs. So with that, you can go asking, but they're probably going to say, you qualify for 60% subsidy or 80% subsidy. Why are you asking us for a direct appropriation when we've just voted to approve the omnibus bill, which funds these programs?
To clarify, we're looking at all the funding sources that are out there for the city.
You are, other than a direct congressional delegation, which we all know how our legislators in South Dakota feel about those.
Yes, Mike.
Yeah, for many years as county commissioner, I represented Fall River County on the Black Hills Council of Local Government. And at no time were we ever given an indication that it was pointless to talk to our congressional delegation or to our state legislators.
Thank you.
Because our state legislators they talk to the DENR and all those folks and the governor, and they do have effect on decisions that are made. So,
So I stand by what I said. Yeah, to put something on Black Hills Council of Local Governments, that they were somehow responsible for giving us bad advice or whatever. In my opinion, if this council does not approve moving forward with a funding request, what do I talk with the legislators about? Oh, by the way, would you have approved, would you have supported, would you have advocated for funding that we didn't ask for?
Well, you don't know what your project is.
There's, in my mind, there's reasonable steps that need to be taken to get us to an end result. And asking for support for funding we're not even going to ask for, I don't understand the reason behind having that question. So,
the idea out there.
and I agreed with you, and that's the point I'm trying to make, is if this council, if this council says, yes, we want to move forward with it, we'll have the conversation with them. I hope everybody understands, they're probably going to say what Jennifer said, that there isn't much we can do for you, but we'll have the conversation when we know what decision this council makes. So there's no sense getting ahead of ourselves. We may not even need to go there. Oh, thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Tina Winya. You've already heard from my husband. Like he said, we own 2 properties in town. We also live on Fall River Road. We have a family trust that's went through multiple generations. Fall River is very, very dear to our hearts. So again, I do ask that whatever you do as you move forward, yes, I don't think anyone here would say that we should stick with the unsafe and, quite honestly, rather detrimental for our town at this point sewer plant. I mean, it needs repaired, it needs redone, even though, yes, it is going to take a good chunk out of our pocketbook. With that being said, though, and you asked the perfect question, how do you ask for more money if you don't know the exact plan? And the proposal that you stated essentially states 2 plans or 2 alternatives. It starts out with what could be taken as a presumption that the ponds are not even going to be looked at, which you have stated is not necessarily the case because of the lease ending. I can't remember what line it was. I could pull it up. It's on my phone. But my question is, if we move forward, if you choose to move forward with that funding, is that going to impede us in any manner? Because that is not listed as an alternative on there. It's just listing that the lease is ending.
It does.
Not having, essentially on the proposal, it lists the option of doing the plant and putting it into the effluent into Fall River, or as an alternative, Cheyenne. But nowhere in there does it mention continuing to go out to the ponds. It does mention that the lease is going to be ending and that that is a concern, but it doesn't list that as a third alternative. So my question is that going to hinder, as we move forward, the city moves forward, if you want and you approve funding, because that's not listed as an alternative in any of that proposal?
Yes.
You guys receive final approval from DENR?
Received final approval? No, we haven't seen it yet. Final approval, no.
So it's not going to hinder your funding application. The funding application is developed based off of the chosen alternative from the facilities plan. So normally a facilities plan has multiple alternatives, and then there's an engineer's recommendation for which alternative to move forward with. based on all of the information collected through their research and their study. So it's not going to negatively impact you that this wasn't in the study. But it sounds like the state has not provided final approval, and they typically don't on the facilities plan until we have two elements, the public hearing and the environmental review is when they would get final approval. So I guess, I don't want to put work on their plate or
Yeah, I mean, we could do,
additional directive.
I mean, clarification or a small amendment or whatever to the facility.
Yeah,
plan
so
to
they-
clarify that, yeah.
Yeah, that definitely needs to happen.
I tend to agree with Tina that I think we need to have a third option here and continue utilizing the ponds as opposed to dumping this liquid into any body of water.
And I guess with that being said, at what point would the city possibly know, after having those conversations, what the amount, how that might change fiscally?
So that was one of the questions that I put to AE2S, is if the effluent continues going to the ponds, does that significantly change the design of the plant and hence the cost? And their response was, probably not. So it's just a matter of adding a third option, working with AE2S to add a third option for DANR to consider.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up.
My name's Scott Carlisle. I live at 13126 Eagle Rock Road. We bought the property about a year ago. Love it here. Fall River's an amazing place. I'm just really curious as to why there wasn't the alternative of using Romney property as included in this, so we had a full set of options and real information to deal with. You're talking about doing it after the fact. To me, that sounds like another, hi, I'm here from the government and I know how to deal with you best. Bringing in the engineers is great, but there's already been a system that's been functioning apparently very well for the city and for the Romies. Why wasn't that priority one and then other options put in place? Because it does not appear to be a well thought out plan. From an outsider who's trying to become a local that loves this area already, it sounds like somebody's trying to spend money that's not theirs, and somebody's making money off of somewhere, and I don't know that anything illicit's going on, and I'm not accusing that, but it just doesn't seem like a common sense approach to solving an obvious need to enhance the sewage capability here, which is a need we shouldn't have any of our residents at risk trying to take care of all of our common requirements. So why wasn't that involved in the very beginning of this process? You guys made the choice not to, so why? And you guys have that answer. We don't, we need it.
Yeah. So I said it during the original presentation. I've said it repeatedly as the question has come up, is that I felt, and discussing this in Public Works, that the city, however the control works, needs to ensure that we have control over the influent all the way to the effluent.
I get that. And
So
you have-
that's why the decision was made to consider discharging into Fall River.
Well, that's fine. Having the options is an intelligent way to approach it, but it's not when something has been functioning well, apparently, for the last 40 years that you've had control of. Why wasn't that prioritized? And then bringing these other options in as, well, this might work and this might work. This has been working. What's our cost difference? And why wasn't that a priority to maintain a system and upgrade what was already working well historically? I mean, our government is so screwed up, and I'd hate to think that I've moved to a community of such great folks to have our local government not looking at things like we nationally are trying to do and get cost cutting, getting, rational options, getting, coherent approaches to things, and not just rambling and spending money. And it seems to me that that's not spending money is a secondary factor here. And a lot of us are okay, but a lot of us are on fixed incomes. And anything that increases the cost of living for anybody in this community with everything else in the world going on, not to mention jeopardizing an incredible river that has historically, throughout time, been a very special and spiritual place for so many people throughout time. It just doesn't add up to any kind of a common sense approach. And I'm looking forward to being a part of the community and seeing a common approach taken by all of you folks so that everybody can move forward in the right direction.
So I just want to clarify that a lot of the upgrades required at the plant for both options, whether you go to the lagoons or you go to the Fall River, you need a new preliminary treatment building, brand new, no matter which way you go to move the solids. You need to rehabilitate both clarifiers for how old they are and the mechanisms. You need to rehabilitate the trickling filter. You'd likely go to the same type of treatment with the MBBR. So I just want to make sure that the costs between discharging the Fall River and then, or continuing to go to, is going to be like relatively pretty close.
Okay, well, costs seem to be irrelevant if you're talking about destroying a water system. It just is irrelevant.
The cost speak to that
is important. But the real basic question is, why wasn't it looked at as a comparison that what's working costs this much to upgrade it to the top of the line? It's obvious the whole system has to be upgraded. There's no question about it, and it needs to be done for every reason you can come up with. But the approach is what's got me frustrated on why it wasn't done in a manner that prioritized an existing system, because what's already there can be upgraded possibly for less money, or the money that's going to go to increase. I don't know, because you didn't give us the option to analyze those numbers at all.
I mean, I know when we talked with the city, they definitely wanted to include the option to go to surface water. That was kind of the directive, is we want the control, we want to see what the cost is. So but going back to your original point, a lot of the same improvements to go to the Fall River discharge on site, I mean, they're pretty similar.
That's fine, but again, it still doesn't answer the question of why wasn't the roaming property and what's been existing put as priority one, and these are options to upgrade when it was working so well. Apparently, I haven't been here, so everything I'm understanding is that was an appropriate system that you had control.
Let me try to answer that for you from my understanding. The pipe that goes from the existing sewer plant out to the Romy ponds is already there. The distribution system is already there. So nothing, if that's the discharge option that is chosen, nothing needs to change. Everything upstream of that tie-in point is what needs to be refurbished, rebuilt, new technology. This is not, there's been a couple of comments about, and it's going to be my terms, not what I heard. We're not poor boying this. Yes, cost is an issue. It's a very important issue, but this is very good technology. Some of the best technology out there. And that's why it was selected. It not only met the capital cost criteria, the operating cost criteria, on and on, but it also reduces the pollutants that we're trying to address, plus a lot that aren't addressed. So all of that has to be done regardless. Now, whether you dump it into the river, which we understand nobody in this room, I don't think wants, I've been keeping a tally here, but that was the important part that we needed to find out. Whether we dump it in the river or send it to Romey's, the dollar difference on that and really the planning difference is irrelevant. The pipe is there.
The fact that you have to upgrade the system, I think, goes without question.
Yeah, that's where the discussion is.
That's what we're here for tonight.
But the real question is why wasn't that put in?
Because if something happened, and I know Gary Romey was very encouraging for us, but if something happened to where we couldn't continue to flow out to Romey's, regulatorily, could we have other discharge options?
So
and
you're
so
saying
that's what we needed to look at.
It's more important to have an option to destroy the river and...
I think that's a misrepresentation. We needed options.
No.
Well, we're kind of already there.
I'm agreeing with all of you.
We need to get control of this,
I
folks.
don't plan on voting to put in to Fall River.
Being respectful, we've given everybody else 5 minutes, some have been 6 minutes. We're almost at 10 minutes for this discussion. I feel like I have answered your question as to the why we did it the way we did it. I respect the fact that you disagree with it and think that that was a bad decision. We should have done it differently. But I believe I've answered repeatedly why we did it the way we did it. It's okay to disagree with it. You don't need my permission to disagree with it. I understand that you do, but that's the why. So you can keep asking, why did you? Why did you? I feel like I've answered that question.
Okay, I'll accept that. One question. Will you commit to not ever putting it in the river? I think that's what we're all mostly concerned about. And hopefully you guys will vote to do the upgrade and get the process going because it's necessary. But we would really love to hear a commitment that you won't ever put anything in the river. Because that's, thank you for your time and thank you for your service to the community.
So with that, I think I have said, I'm pretty confident I've said, we hear you, we understand, there will be that conversation. The decision that will be made tonight is not where to discharge it, but to move forward with the funding request. Again, if we don't get any money, I'm pretty confident this is not going to happen.
Why can't we get a commitment from you?
That's what's happening next. We're going to have a vote on that tonight.
They can't guarantee forever anyway.
So,
You
all right.
can't guarantee forever.
Make that commitment.
Anybody else from
Let's
Fall
get on
River?
with the vote.
All right.
I think it's time for a vote.
So, well, we're not even close to votes yet.
No, really.
So with that, we'll close this particular public hearing at 9:23.
Gary wants to say something.
Come on up.
No, well, let's let the mayor make that decision.
Respectfully, Gary, please make it brief.
So I got one question. When we did this 40 years ago, I was told that once it was put in, it was going to save the city thousands and thousands of dollars in operating costs. But they're saying this isn't going to change any of the two systems. I don't understand why 40 years ago, that's why they spent the money to do that, because it was going to save
literally close to $1 million in operating costs compared to down in Fall River. But the engineers are saying that the cost would be the same. I don't understand.
So
Is that a difference in technology
respectfully, my only
between-
answer to that is, I don't have a clue what those conversations were 40 years ago. So we can't answer
I do,
it.
and that's why they did it, and I don't understand. That's the only thing I'm saying is why is the cost the same? Because that's why they did it here.
Because the cost that we're talking about now is replacing the infrastructure of the plant.
Okay.
But then they replaced the complete plant.
Yeah.
So when did we close the public hearing, Misty?
9:23. I think you said 9:23.
9:23, all right. All right. So we have another public hearing before we get to the resolutions that council will vote on. So I'm counting on Jennifer and Misty and/or Ariel to keep me on track and make sure I do everything correctly here. But my understanding would be is that we'll now open the second public hearing at 9:25. Is that correct? Sure. Okay. So we'll open a public hearing at, well, it just changed 9:26, to receive comments from members of the community regarding the city application to the state of South Dakota Governor's Office of Economic Development for a community development block grant to make possible the Phase 1 wastewater treatment facility improvements. Is there anything you'd like to share with the public before we give them an opportunity to comment on that?
So the Community Development Block Grant is administered through the Governor's Office of Economic Development, but the funding actually comes from Housing and Urban Development at the federal level. As a requirement of this funding, we're required to conduct a community needs assessment to collect information from the community about your housing needs and needs of the community for low and moderate income people, as well as other community development needs. So I'm going to try and keep this really quick. I think we have mostly Fall River people left. Typically, the types of things we see as feedback for types of projects or improvements in the community that would meet the needs of low and moderate income people are things like increasing the availability of affordable quality housing within the city, creation of part and full-time employment opportunities within the city for local residents, and identifying aging infrastructure and repair and replacement of aging utility systems without causing significant burden on low and moderate income residents. Are there any things you'd like to add to that? Again, these are just examples, so if you have specific needs in your community, or if there's anybody from the public who wants to talk specifically about low and moderate income needs, they can come to the microphone and do that. But I'm going to talk about the other two categories so that I don't have to keep bouncing back and forth. Other community development housing needs might include things like improving the efficiency of services provided by the city, upgrading and repairing aging and inadequate infrastructure, future increased housing demand for just contractors or visiting, whether it's medical or just having housing available for the types of jobs that you have here, such as your hospital, your schools, and your local businesses. Development of additional recreational opportunities. Again, that might not be something that you need here, but it's something that often comes up. Continuing any kind of fire protection within and around the community, and then addressing problems related to things like storm runoff. Maybe, I don't know if your storm sewer is adequate. And again, these are just examples. And then the last section of this that we have to document is planned or potential activities to address housing and community needs. One of the first couple items on this will be one, to apply for your funding for this project for Phase 1 and applying for funding for Phase 2, which would include your Department of Ag and Natural Resources funding applications and your Community Development Block Grant application. If you have any other needs for funding, if you want to put in there to talk to your legislators about congressional delegation, you can certainly do that. And then there's also all of the other programs that we've discussed in the past, including your sidewalk and stairway rehabilitation project, and then anything if you needed for like Land and Water Conservation Fund has the outdoor recreation improvements. I understand that everything I'm talking about right now doesn't sound like what we've just talked about for the last 3 hours. Again, this is a housing and urban development program, so they're interested in housing and community development out above and beyond your infrastructure. So I'm going to open the mic to the public unless there's questions from the council or anything specific that you want on the list that you know of that you've already discussed in planning or Parks and Rec.
I think adding comments to reach out to a congressional delegation is important.
Okay.
Couldn't hurt.
Tracy, would saying something about the drainage off of, that's coming down onto Albany, that whole area that isn't draining or all accumulating up there.
This isn't about infrastructure.
Yeah, 16th Albany alleyway, could that be added somehow?
Applicable, I mean, to truly correct that, it's
Yeah, we have a quarter of the town emptying into one little grate.
90 acres.
Right.
I think
Whole
that's one of
watershed.
the projects we included on the pre-disaster mitigation plan.
Yeah.
And I can actually pull those because Kaylee from our office did that for you guys. So
Yeah.
that's awesome that you guys talked about that. I was just going to mention that those programs can fund that. All right, and then do you have any specific housing needs? I know I talked about affordable housing, but do you have specific needs for townhouses, condos, assisted living, anything like that? Or just single-family housing, and if so, an approximate size?
We have a housing study and it identified needs.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
Okay. It's on our website.
Definitely affordable housing.
Workforce housing.
All right, that's all I have. If you want to take comments from the public, if there are any.
Any comments from the public on what Jennifer just talked about? Going once?
Just take the win.
Y'all think we need to ask for what money, right? We all agree on that?
All right. Let's, council, anyone?
No.
All right. Let's go ahead and close the public hearing at 9:32. All right, on to the resolutions that are directly related to what's been discussed tonight. My understanding of what we've been discussing is there are two potential funding sources. There's a state revolving fund, and then there's the community development block grant process. So they're completely separate. So the language to approach our state legislators about assistance, support, what does that language need to include?
Sure, I think once you've decided on your project, you can certainly, I mean, I can assist you with writing a letter. Obviously, it would be put on your letterhead, but I mean, really, you can just tell them that you plan on applying for funding through Department of Ag and Natural Resources, but you would appreciate their support. And I don't know if you want to, do you want to make a request for a legislative appropriation at the state? Those usually don't go well, but you certainly can.
Okay, so that question was, does that language need to be added to any of these resolutions?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
All right.
You got to keep those just as they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's an after-the-fact thing that we need to follow up with, and
Yeah, so there's not a formal process for requesting. I think what your public is asking is just that you let them know so that they have an opportunity to
support,
potentially impact. But really, if the community wants to impact or you yourself want to impact, the Board of Water and Natural Resources will meet the last Thursday of the quarter in March to make a funding decision for you. And you do have an opportunity. They will already have a recommendation from staff, but you will have an opportunity to show up. And if you feel like their recommendation doesn't give you enough grant or loan subsidy, you as the community can stand up at that meeting and let them know you feel like you've been wronged or whatever. Most people just stand up and say thank you, but you can certainly try to change their minds. So.
Thank you. All right. Let's get on to our first resolution then. Resolution A. Can I get a motion to approve the 2025-28 resolution?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2025-28 Community Development Block Grant Application Resolution, Wastewater Treatment Facility Improvement Project.
Second.
Discussion. And with all three of these funding requests, again, I want to remind the public and council, this is simply, if you approve them, to move forward with the funding request. It does not obligate us to the $14 million. It may not be 14, it may be something less. And then when we find out if we're going to be provided assistance through the Community Development Block Grant or the state revolving funds, then we will know what that amount is, and there's still an opportunity for council to say no to the funding request at that time. You're not obligating the city to that money with these votes tonight. You're saying to Jennifer, prepare the paperwork for our signatures for submission on January 1. Is everyone clear on that? Any questions? Misty, would you call the roll, please?
Bill Lukens.
Yes.
Linda Varvel.
Yes.
Craig Romy.
Yes.
Gary Telkamp.
Yes.
Dave Burris.
Yes.
J.R. Huddleston.
Yes.
Deborah Johnston.
Yes.
Randy Graham.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes. On to our next resolution. Can I get a motion to approve Resolution 2025-29?
I make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-29, Community Development Block Grant Environmental Certifying Officer Resolution Wastewater Treatment Facility Improvement Project.
Second.
Discussion? Misty, would you call the roll, please?
Randy Graham.
Yes.
Deborah Johnston.
Yes.
Linda Varvel.
Yes.
Bill Lukens.
Yes.
Gary Telkamp.
Yes.
Dave Burris.
Yes.
J.R. Huddleston.
Yes.
Craig Romy.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes. And our last resolution, can I get a motion to approve Resolution 2025-30?
Make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-30, State Revolving Fund Application Resolution, Wastewater Treatment Plant Facility Improvement Project.
Second.
Discussion? Misty, would you call the roll, please?
Craig Romy.
Yes.
Randy Graham.
Yes.
Linda Varvel.
Yes.
Deborah Johnston.
Yes.
Gary Telkamp.
Yes.
Bill Lukens.
Yes.
J.R. Huddleston.
Yes.
Dave Burris.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes. And Craig, would you give me a moment here? I want to thank Jennifer and who joined you tonight? Jacqueline.
Thank you.
I want to thank Jim and
Mike.
Mike for joining us tonight. I want to thank the public for being here, giving up your whole evening. I think council recognizes that putting that fluent into Fall River is not an acceptable option. We've heard you. And as I had said previously, that until council made the decision they made tonight, maybe I'm calling it wrong, I just didn't know what that conversation would be. So Gary, if you would give me, some idea when you would like to sit down and have a conversation. Monday is a busy day for us because we're preparing for a council meeting Monday night. So I wouldn't see anything happen on Monday. But let's sit down and have a conversation about, the agreement, what that might look like. And we'll land somewhere. So with that, again, I want to thank everybody for participating. I hope we demonstrated a willingness to answer your questions as directly as we can, to listen to your concerns, that we're not blowing anybody off. We're not trying to hide anything. We've been talking about this for several months. So I hope we've gained some credibility with you. Thank you for joining us.
Tracy, Jason, thank you for being here all night.
Yep. Keep forgetting you two. Why is that?
That kind of happens a lot.
Tracy's hoodie blends in with the seat.
With the seat.
The glare off his forehead would give him away, but he is there. So, all right, Craig.
Make a motion, we adjourn?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Is it too late to have an executive session?
I know mine does too. Jen, I have a couple questions for you, so thank you for being here.